Okay. You should be able to hear me now, right? Okay, so sorry about that. To kind of recap, I've been working on art at work. So that's where these emotes are coming in. I don't know how many more YouTube emo slots that I have, but I still have a couple of emotes I need to finish up. The emotes, while they seem simple, there's still a decent amount of work that goes into them. Even if I have like the sketch done, I still have to do line work and coloring, and some rendering, which is just a little lighting pass. So I do apologize about that. I was also just trying to get a couple of things going. So, yeah, oopsies. But as far as what is on the docket today, I know I ran a poll. Let me see if I could bring up that poll. Let's go content. Posts. Hit the post. All right. So as far as what it seems like people wanted, a lot of people wanted some Appmon theory crafting, and then I'll probably get to some gameplay. So those are probably going to be the two big things. It's mostly going to be about Appmon theory crafting because there's a lot of changes that I feel like could be made to Appmon as a whole. Because the 7 code Digimon do change things a lot. So is BT26 all up on here? I guess is Dantemon more specifically up on here. If Dantemon is not on here, I'm going to be sad. Dantemon is not on here. So we are definitely going to be sad. So that means we just use the other one where Dantemon should be on here. Where's Dante? Yes. Yeah, there he is. Dantemon, the good boy. Everyone calls him Star Platinum because he looks very much like Star Platinum. Yeah, so like if we just type in what Appmon, yeah, this gives us basically a good list of pretty much every app card. So you get like, okay, here's a Weather German here, but we also have a Weather German here. So like the things that I would be thinking about when updating some of the old app decks, not only just from like the generic support, but like okay, we have these two Weather Germans. Do one or both of them belong in the deck? And then if so, which one is the arguable better one that the deck would want to use? So there's some stuff like that. I don't think there's a whole lot of 7 code crossover, right? Because this is the first time we're seeing roleplay. I think this is the first time we're seeing male. Medic. I think we've already had a medic. Yeah, we already had a medic. Medic was for Musimon? No, medic is for Airy, right? Because this wants medic? Yeah. So, like, it's just small stuff like that. And then promo applications. That definitely is a huge thing. The new Jupiter stuff makes you sad. The format's going to be dominated by it, most likely. So it was really funny. I saw on Facebook, another app enjoyer was like going in and he printed out proxies and he started playtesting the Dantemon stuff. And it was so funny because he's just like, oh man, Dantemon's not going to be competitive. And like, he didn't say it like that, obviously. He was just like, hey, everyone, just as a quick update, I tested a little bit of Dantemon. He's not going to be meta. And it's just like, well, no shit, he's not going to be meta. What about this card is reading he's going to be meta? Like, you could compare Dantemon to what TB is currently, and you very much can see the parallels between TB and Dantemon is just a significantly worse version of TB, because he's just a worse version of Susanomon. Like, they are very similar coded, but the big difference is Susanomon kills himself, so it doesn't leave a body for the opponent to interact with, which actually is huge. It is a very big deal. And when Susanomon dies, he leaves this small army of Digimon in his wake, which are slightly harder to interact with because of all of the different abilities that they could have. So that's huge difference number one. And then huge difference number two is in their removal types, where Susanomon, when you hard play him, he's just going to keep things off the opponent's field for the entire turn. And then you look at Dantemon, and he just deletes a single Digimon. Granted, if you're using the 7 code stuff, this deletes another Digimon, and then you got like De-Digivolve and Fight. So, like, if you're using Dantemon correctly, he'll probably be able to delete up to 3, maybe 4 Digimon, which is not insignificant. And then he's got, like, Rush Reboot Blocker, which is all really good, and then he can make an attack without suspending, which is kind of insane. So, yeah, he's, like, Dantemon is a very good card. It's just the things around him, if you're comparing him to TB, he's just a worse version of TB, and people are already trying to figure out how to tech against TB, so that's not going to do Dantemon very many favors. On top of just the mechanical differences between the decks, it's just like, okay, yeah, there's no way this is going to be as good as TB. I think he's going to be a really fun deck. But in terms of, like, looking at him and all of the support that we have, I guess maybe if yeah, there we go. Looking at him and all of his support cards, like, it's very clear he's not going to be the best Appmon deck, but I think compared to all of the other Appmon decks, he's going to be the easiest one to play. Just because, like, you're basically playing this Rookie Rush gameplay style until you just start hard playing Dantemon over and over again and basically just pretend like you're TB but not. So, like, this is probably just, like, more aggressive than TB in a sense. But the way Dantemon wants to play based on the support that we have inside of the set, he's basically just a worse TB deck. Which is fine, because TB is a deck that's made to be relatively easy, and the hardest thing that you have to keep in mind with Dantemon is just like, oh, how you're going to be ordering your when linking effects. That's basically the hardest thing. So I guess with that, we could probably just start going into the deck builder and just click on all of these bad boys and figure out what we're doing from here. So we could start off by just running 4 of each, just because we want to keep things as easy as possible on the brain. So this is probably, like, the, in quotation marks, Bandai intended play style. So we're already at 36 cards. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 Digimon already. And then we have our code pad. So now we get to start adding in some generic filler cards for Appmon support. So as far as some good generic filler, Cyber Engage is, like, actually nuts in this deck. Like, legitimately insane. Then what are some of the... So we have Cyber Hacking. So by trashing a card from our hand, we get to draw 2. And then when Appmon are deleted... we get to link a Appmon card from our trash to our Digimon. So would we only just be doing this for the draw discard? Because we're... Oh, it's just when any Digimon are deleted. So I guess super hacking is, like, fine. Because I guess the big thing is, like, what am I using this in combination with? Because if I just care about, like, trash filling, then I could just run something like an app link instead, where it's just reveal the top 3, grab 1, and then throw the rest to the trash. So, I guess like that requires like deeper investigation. So like when we play Dantemon, we're obviously going to be linking all of the 7 code Digimon. So I think cyber hacking is like okay because of Kopimon or Kopipemon. So that's kind of like the idea on why cyber hacking might be good.
You use it more. You gotta tell.
Okay.
Appreciate it. Can't buy more.
Gotcha. Well, you gotta cook in order to use it, I guess. I don't know. Trying? Trying?
That's something. I think I made a chicken and broth. Oh man, I gotta fast and break things. I'll learn. I'll be more consistent.
You're fine. I'm just trying to bust your balls.
I know. I'm not busting your balls, but I know this thing's gonna be empty, and then I'm not gonna make a trip to Costco.
You're not going to Costco for 2 weeks?
Well, I'm gonna be gone by Wednesday.
Where are you going?
Well, not 2. I'll be gone till Sunday. So
Yeah, Wednesday to Sunday is not 2 weeks, last I checked.
well, I'm saying like the next week could pass if I don't make a trip.
Gotcha.
I'm not gonna probably make it do it this week. You know.
I get you.
That was my. So like.
You're fine. Sorry about that. I just like our witty banter. Dantemon is comparable, but apps in general isn't comparable to TB. Yeah, no. The power of what this is doing is like significantly lower than TB. I do apologize if my character is like blocking some cards. But that's what like this view is for, I guess. So because of Kopepemon, we could run cyber hacking. I probably wouldn't run it more than a 2 of, just because like I don't think this card synergizes super well with the deck. Dantemon is deleting Digimon, right? On play, when Digivolve, you get to link 7 cards with different names from its Digivolution source without paying the cost. Then this Digimon can attack without suspending. Oh, I guess, like, if you're just gonna be, yeah, linking, this will eventually delete something. When this Digimon gets linked, we get to delete one of the opponent's Digimon. So it still is going to be deleting. Okay. It's interesting that this is an all turns link. Big Bank Punch sounds really good for Dante. That's assuming he stays on the field. Like, he on base does not have any protections. So like this plays out a low level Digimon. This deletes the lowest level Digimon. This de-digivolves. This fights. This stops a when digivolving effect. This is arguably like one of the worst cards to go into with Dantemon, because like obviously when you go into Dantemon, he's gonna delete something, Teller's gonna delete something, Weather's gonna fight something. So I guess like whatever's left over, you're gonna have to like mail and medic to stun them. Like, that's kind of the idea, but, like, obviously, if it was just a TB deck, then you could just, like, ensure nothing survives at all times. Big Bang Punch isn't that bad, because, like, he does have blocker natively, so you can suspend him, so you could block and then Big Bang Punch, and then throw something underneath him, which isn't terrible. What does this card do? This is just draw 1, then when a trash... when our link gets trashed, we get a relink. Okay. Bum. So where is Big Bang? Yeah, so like I would probably consider like 2 of Big Bang Punch. Because Kopepi is letting us use... Oh, this is just a 7 code. When this links, we get to reveal the top 3 cards, then we get to use or play a 7 code card. So this is just specifically 7 codes. So you can't even, like, cyber hack off of a Kopepi. Yeah, I think, like, this is kind of just where things get a little bit awkward, because, like, you're gonna have to cyber code, or you're gonna have to 7 pad to play out Dantemon, or you could cyber engage to play out Dantemon. Yeah, God Grade's probably not good. There is music from the heart. When any of our Digimon are played, which we're gonna be doing off of Kopepi, then we get a free link. But I think for like reactive plays, Big Bang Punch is probably just better. And then unfortunately, the best form of protection that Apps has is probably Charismon. So we're probably like forced into running 2 of this. Do we run Vortex over card draw? That's the next question. Hey Galmon. Hey Anacreus. Sorry about the stream on Thursday if I rated like mid-sentence or something and cut you off. I do apologize. So I wanted to make sure I get that apology in while I see you. So if we vortex, because we do have the ability to attack without suspending, so we could like hard play him, then make the attack, and then we get end of turn vortex and make an additional attack. And then we do have like what roleplay that has piercing, but they need to have a suspended Digimon. And I think that's the problem, is we don't have a good way to suspend their Digimon. So maybe Vortex, while it's a really cute idea, we just don't have a way to actually fully implement it. So maybe the card draw is just better. And like, look at that. We're already up to 49 cards. And this is before trimming any fat. Yeah, this is literally before trimming any fat. Because the big question is this swipe worth using? Let's go level sort. So what does this swipe do? So when we attack with our Digimon, we get a link a 7 code from our hand to this Digimon and reduce its link cost by 2. All of the 7 codes, what, link for 3, right? Even these, do these link for 3? Yeah. But these also have assemble, which is really nice. The assemble is actually pretty decent. So like we assemble hard play, and then we get to use the ability to link with what we just assembled with. So like that's pretty cute. What's Dantemon's? He's an unknown. Okay, unknown and open. Those are some really weird typings. So we probably can't use like Tamer Search Haru to search it out, because this is Social Navi or Tool. And this is also looking for creation. So we probably can't run that. Maybe we have to go with an Airy. When any of your Digimon get linked by suspending this, they get plus 3,000 until the end. And then we get an App Fuse. We don't care about App Fuse. What is he? Social and Gossip? Yeah. I'm just trying to think of, like, what's another, like, card to throw in here. Ray? What does Ray do? When any of your Digimon get linked by suspending this tamer, draw one, discard one. Then we get an app fuse. So this is just draw one, discard one. Probably still not that much better. This is just reducing the link by 2, using its main ability. So probably not good for us. This is looking for Awakening Tool or Entertainment. This is looking for System, Life, and Transmute. Wait, that's gain 1 memory. What does this do? By trashing a System, Life, or Transmute from our hand, we get a draw 1, gain 1. And then by suspending this tamer, we get to link a System or Life. How many systems or lives? So this is a life. This is a Navi. This is a system. This is a game, social, entertainment, tool. So we have 2 we could use. We have 1 life and 1 system. Oh, they're all the different types. Okay, so we're always playing with at least 2 different types. But we have to discard a system or life to get this effect. By suspending this tamer, we get a link, and then this is specifically system or life still. So probably we can't use that. System, life, tool, or Leviathan. When an effect trashes any of our Digimon's linked cards, we're not playing with that. Yeah, I think like the easiest answer is probably just like boom. So this is probably just like a good baseline or foundation for like if I were a new player and I don't know a whole lot, this would probably be a good starting spot. Do I think this is good? No, we could probably optimize better from here, to be honest. So now that we have a base build, we could start trimming the fluff. Analog, theoretically, is crazy, but is unsearchable with the Tamer, who's a +1 memory you can't use. Yeah, well, yeah, because you're hard playing him and he's linking. So, like, if we have... I mean, you would use him basically as just, what, a cheap version of Cyber Engage? That's basically all you'd be using him for. Like, it's just to try to turbo into Dantemon, and you're just hoping once you hard slam Dantemon, he's just gonna do all of the work. The only problem that I'm seeing with Dantemon specifically, and the idea of hard slam Dantemon swing, is the fact that, he doesn't deal a lot of damage. So you would have to play Dantemon and not pass turn in order to get 2 swings with him. Like, he's gonna do the same type of damage as Susanoo, where it's just like you burn one because of his all turns, and then you get to make an attack. But I feel like we would need to try to up the damage somehow in order to make the card have more impact. Hopefully the deck gets a tamer specifically for it. That would be nice. Yeah, it is about the same damage as Susanoo. Because that's why, like, I kind of thought the idea of running, like, maybe a Vortex or something, like just a tech 1 of Vortex, maybe that would be really cute. But the deck doesn't have a way of suspending Digimon is the problem. So the Digimon we would want to attack into would ideally be the Digimon that's going to be suspended, but there's a high chance that we just delete it anyway. And even if like Digimon come out as a result of like an on delete or something, again, we run into the issue where we don't have a way of suspending it to actually make use of Vortex. So we're just using it mostly for the temporary plus 3000 DP, which I don't think is like necessary for the deck. Dugotch isn't a bad idea since you can link on swing. That's not terrible. So like right now we're in fat trimming territory. So I guess the big question is, do we actually need 4 copies of 7 code and 4 copies of Cyber Engage? So that's the big ultimate question. So 7 code, we get to place 6 7 code Digimon from our battle area or linked cards or trash to the bottom of a Digimon, and then that can Digivolve into a Dantemon. So this is essentially on base, in quotation marks, pay 7, Digivolve into Dantemon. And obviously with Kopepemon, if we hit 7 code pad, then we get to, in quotation marks, use it for 3 less. So it's pay 4 to Digivolve mid-attack into a Dantemon. So I think, like, maybe 7 code pad is kind of bait. Yeah, I literally would just rather Cyber Engage than 7 code pad. So I think 7 code pad is, like, one of the first things I would probably try to trim the fat on. I don't think I need, 4 Harus. I think you could probably get away with 3. I don't really see any other tamer being like super worthwhile because most of them aren't hyper generic. I mean, like the 3 that are hyper generic is Haru. Then we have Eugene, and then Kazuki. Those are the 3 most generic ones. I guess technically Aerie is like super hyper generic. But Aerie is a little bit harder to use. Well, I guess it's it's not an all turn, it's a your turn. So like Aerie would be another good one to consider. Because what? This deck doesn't have any DP gaining? Yeah, it literally doesn't have any DP gaining. So maybe like a copy of Aerie or 2 is probably really good. And then when it comes to all of these, I don't think we need them in this type of ratio. So I think like this is arguably the worst one because of collision. So like I get the idea is you are literally supposed to swipe on have one of these be able to, well no, it's not even a swipe mon thing. Yeah, it's just literally you want your level 3s to be the point where you're evolving into Dantemon. Because if you use this, then you get collision. So then you could do like collision piercing. So like that's the synergy that they want you to go with. I think that's like incredibly clunky. Because looking at these cards, the best ones to attack with is probably like roleplay, because when you attack, you get to draw 1, discard 1. Or draw 2, discard 1, which is really good. If you have a low hand count, then you could at least Mailmon. Teller is really good when it gets linked. This is the Searcher. So like swipe, swing, link for 1, search. And then like you're relying on detach to save yourself. Oh, well, I guess like maybe because of detach, is Godgrade good because of detach, or is that just like a waste of time and I would just rather have Big Bang Punch? The Duo Tamer is a good choice in your opinion. Multiple copies you can link for cheap. and you get the links that you want. Yeah. There's a couple of different options. If these weren't once per turns, this attack is not once per turn, but there's no way to unsuspend. Yeah, like if this and this and this weren't once per turns, those would be really, really good. When this Digimon would leave the battle area, other by trashing one of the specified link cards, it doesn't leave. Yeah, so God Grade, do we do Big Bang Punch over God Grade? Or God Grade over Big Bang Punch, because God Grade does allow us to use the detach ability. Like, they're both draws, and they're both linking. It's just, this is a more offensively focused card that has some niche applications with Dantemon defensively, versus this being a defensive card. I guess because of that, I already answered my own question. I would rather focus more on offense than defense because we're not defending in this deck at all. Yeah, I think like that probably just that mentality already answered my question. So if we're focusing on offense, then we want the cards that are going to be the best offensively. So we're probably going to take this card and reduce him by 1. We're probably going to take Medic and reduce it by 1. Because these are like what the two objectively worst cards to use, because the barrier is nice, so that way I don't have to like detach and then I have like detach barrier, so this creates a sticky body, but like I don't think we care about that, is kind of like my logic. And his linking effect is arguably the worst out of all of them. Yeah, his linking effect is literally the worst out of all of them. So yeah, it's very clear that we reduce these two bare minimum. I almost wish this had detach 7 code. If this had detach 7 code, would that make Dantemon better? Probably. Maybe he should have just had detach 7 code. God Grade is bait? Yeah. Because there's a lot of DP. Yeah, I think God Grade's bait. Like, you could make the argument for God Grade to be used in combination with Detach, but, like, if the objective is just to, like, start hard playing Dantemon, then, it doesn't really matter. Like, keeping the rookies around, like, actually, it could end up being detrimental, so you're probably better off not having it. They should have put detach 3 or something. Yeah, I feel like he should have had detach. Like, that would make this card like way more better or more appealing instead of like us being forced to run Charismon. Yeah, we get a link up to 7 Appmon traded cards with different names from this Digimon's Digivolution source to this Digimon. Oh, yeah, it's the assembly. So I'm just trying to think, like, how are we actually sticking Charismon underneath? Or, like, inside of him? And the answer... I think... Oh, God. Honestly, I'm sitting here and I'm thinking... Maybe we just don't waste our time with super hacking, and instead we do just run Applink. So that way we could like at least end of turn Applink the Charismon into Dantemon. Yeah, it's gotta be Applink. Karasmon, you either have to have one of the options or link it to a level 3 in pad. Yeah. So I think because of that, we do just run AppLink over super hacking. Because, like, what's the actual benefit of super hacking? We just, get another link? So by trashing one card from our hand, we get to draw 2, which is whatever. When Digimon are deleted, we get a link in Appmon from our trash. That's like what? The only value is linking from our trash? So I guess the big question is, do I want super hacking over Big Bang Punch? Because this is linking from our hand. Like, all of this is linking from our hand, this is linking from our hand. Like, I do see value in it. Maybe I do get rid of that for 2 super hacking instead. Music is more useful with playing the level 3. Music. Yeah, because you're always guaranteed to get music. Like, if you're doing the deck correctly, you're always guaranteed music. You get a link from our hand. No, so, like, the only reason why I want super hacking is to be able to link from our trash to be able to reuse the Karasmons that go into our trash. That's basically the only reason why I would even remotely consider super hacking, is just to reuse Karasmon. And that's basically it. Maybe we do go 1 Airy, because the DP boosting on Aries probably... Actually, it doesn't matter because of all of the linking. What am I talking about? How huge is Danteimon gonna be, on average? So, he's gonna have 7 cards linked to him, right? Yeah, if he's gonna have 7 cards linked to him, so, 3, 6, 9, 12, 12, 15, 18, 21. So he's going to get plus 21k. So he's going to be 35, like 35, 34, somewhere between 34 and 36. Okay, so we don't need DP at all. So running Airy isn't really going to do us anything. Yeah, if I'm going offensive, I think maybe I do want super hacking over Big Bang Punch, because at least, like, with super hacking, I get to fuel the trash to potentially make an assemble Dante play. So how many of these are rookies? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I guess let's bring up our stats. Stats. No. Stats. There we go. So we got 19 level 3s as of right now. So the Dugotch is a good call, because that allows us to play our Harus, and then it also has Raid. So that way we could be like, Raid plus Piercing, because we're running less collision. So that's not a terrible play line to think about. But yeah, if Danteimon's just going to be huge, I don't think it matters. But he's just, like, super weak and vulnerable to removal, which is why we need Karasmon. Do we up our Karasmon at all? Can we afford to up our Karasmon just to try to see him more consistently? It would also be only a 1 pass in the deck, or Also, would be the only 1-cost pass in the deck. Oh, yeah, you're right. Because he links for 1. So if we're at 0, we could just link Dugotch and, like, pass on that. I don't think Dugotch is a 4 of. I think maybe at most he's a 3 of. Because we still need the other 7 codes, and the 7 codes are pretty decent. It's just Medic and this guy are, like, very clearly the worst. What typing is he? He's a social. So, entertainment, this is our social. So we got 3 card slots left. So the second we go into him, because he only can assemble off of, what, 7 codes? Yeah. He can only do all of the 7 codes. So we still need to run the 7 codes in a higher amount, so that limits the amount of extra tools we would want to use. And if any extra tools we're using, we would want it to be on, like, options for the most part. What does this security effect do? You get to play a 5-cost or lower Appmon from our hand or trash. That's not terrible. I mean, obviously, like, paying 7 to 7 code is kind of just mediocre. So, like, we do need to gain memory. Cycle, fill, trash, security, hand effect, or security plays its effect, a draw 1. Yeah, Cyber Engage is, like, insane. Oh, are you saying just run, Big Bang Punch on top of everything? So, like, just tech Big Bang Punch in? So that way we have, like, just a plethora of different of these options. Cyber Engage is, like, very clearly the best of them. I don't know if we need Big Bang Punch, though. We need to gain memory. That's really what the deck needs. The deck is very desperate for memory. Because we would want to ideally... So we need to be at 4 memory. You were suggesting craft? Oh. Oh. Yeah, craft is kind of just nuts. Craft is kind of just nuts. It's also a 5-cost. So, like, if 7 code pad is in our security, we could play craft off of it, and then craft could also be in our security as well. Because the linking is only a 2-cost, that means we could attack and start doing our stuff for free off of swipe. Oh. It could digivolve too? Oh, man. Craft seems really good, actually. Realistically, I think we kill cyber hacking and go for Applink. I don't hate that idea. Because ideally, 1 Charismon should be enough. And if we're doing more cycling, then we should be able to do it. And then if we really wanted to, we could tech in Gossip to be able to return Appmon cards. Dante is an Appmon traded card, right? Yes, he is. Okay. Yeah, I think like just filling up the trash more with Applink, and then for discard we have craft. I think that's probably a good call out. So that way we could try to always line up Applink into Karis. Oh, wait, hold on. If we're going Applink, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Maybe we go Dugotch. Have more rush. So I probably need to cut a 7 code, so maybe we cut weather. No, we could probably cut mail. Mail is not that great of a 7 code. The suspend is like very deck reliant. So now I just need to cut 1 card somewhere. I don't know why he gets to be an unknown and an Appmon. Sounds like a contradiction. Because he falls, like, he's technically above God grade being a level 7. So he, like, falls out of jurisdiction of, like, the normal God level status. So that's probably why he's an unknown, is because, like, he is just the apex of Appmon. Yeah, he's the gate holder. So I do like the Dugotch. Now I just need to figure out 1 card to get rid of. Do I get rid of a craft? I don't think I can get rid of a craft. Craft just seems too good to get rid of, like, at 3. Do I get rid of an app link? Maybe. Maybe I run 3 app links instead of 4. Either that or I get rid of a weather. But I do really like the Dugotch idea. Because it has rush and then it can allow the Digimon to attack. So that way we could be like, okay, hard play Dantemon, and then Dantemon, his on play when Digivolving, we could attack without suspending. Because we linked, we get a burn 1, and then we could app link into Dugotch to get an additional attack. So that covers the attack deficiency that we were like contemplating earlier. So I think like we kind of just, if that's the idea, we're probably just forced to run 4 and 4, and then we just have to figure out what additional card to run a little bit less of. I think maybe it is weather. Kilaharu? If this is the only tamer in the deck, I probably don't want to kill it. My only issue is we ideally want to be at 4 memory, so I would want to try to subsidize it with a different tamer, and like Aries the only other additional tamer that I could think about running. Actually, is Aerie the only additional tamer? What do the other tamers do? When any of your Digimon get linked by suspending this tamer, one of your opponent's Digimon gets minus 2000 DP, then at fuse. So don't really care about that. What does Ray do? If your opponent has a Digimon, gain a memory. When any of your Digimon get linked by suspending this, draw 1, discard 1. Then we get an app fuse. Maybe Ray, just for the draw discard. So, like, I could conceive having a Ray in here. Like, go Haru Ray. Just for more, like, turbo cycling. Because we're not app fusing, so we literally don't care about the secondary part at all. Yeah, this is only for system and life, which unfortunately this is a social. So that doesn't particularly work. So do I Maybe I reduce the Dugotch by 1. But I'm already at 20 rookies, so I would need to figure out something. Maybe it is reducing Craft by 1. But I really like Craft. I like him a lot. So what are 2 cards we would want to reduce? Because there's no way we're reducing Teller. There's no way we're reducing Roleplay. And there's no way we're reducing Kopepi. I probably would be okay with 5 Tamers. Like, you can make the argument of going for running a Haru and a Ray. But, like, I want the consistency of Haru, and if I just so happen to get the Ray, I get the Ray. I think it is, just to make room, it is cutting a single craft. And then I would need to cut something else. We could pull a SW and just not use Tamers at all. No, you could do that. So if I do that, then I get rid of the Gachamon. But, like, these are just card draw and memory engines. Like, that's really what they're here for, is just card draw and memory. So, because we're not drawing off of swipe. That's the big issue. So, like, that's kind of why mail is in here, is because, like, oh, if you just happen to have a low hand count because you're just being too aggressive, this could help you try to draw some cards at the very least. But, like, ideally, the way Digimon is played, that you shouldn't be in that position. At least not very often. So what would be a card to reduce? Because we already reduced, maybe we reduce this by another one, just because he is literally, like, the worst one, but we still need to see him, which is why we're running him at 3. I think maybe it is just reducing a Dugotch, to be honest. Like, the raid is nice, but we don't particularly need it. So reducing him by 1 is probably fine. Hey, King Jaden. So this is probably a much stronger starting position. I kind of like where the direction of this is. Level sort? There we go. So if we have the 4 memory, then we have Cyber Engage to play Dantemon and use Dantemon to his fullest extent. Right? Yeah. Because this will give us 1. This will be at 3. This is reduced by 3. This is reduced by 7. So that would be the 4. Yeah. There is an argument to just get rid of Dugotch or Gachamon and just play an additional Ray and just accept the fact that we're never going to be playing Haru for free anyway. But I do like the tech ability of having Raid, because we have Raid and Piercing, and we got rid of a collision to be able to squeeze in the Raid. So I think this is probably okay. Is there any other changes that we would consider making at this point? What's the use requirement? Oh, just 7 code? Okay, that's not a hard use requirement at all. So, I mean, obviously we can't just start testing it, like, ASAP. But in terms of, like, a good theory craft for, like, a potential way to build Dantemon, I think this is kind of where I'm happy with. Like, this is probably what I would start testing with and kind of just, like, really start refining it from there. What's up? We're building Dantemon and seeing if he works. There was, hold on, let me see if I could pull it up. Here? Here? Go to Facebook. Can I find it? Yeah, here it is. All right. So there was this build that I saw on Facebook. I know the player is not a hardcore player at all. I know Henry is like, he's a big app enjoyer just like me, but I know he's also like super hyper casual. So in terms of things to note, he's running 3 of this and 2 Haru. I mean, I guess that's fine. You could go either or. I would just rather see the 3 memory than this. Because like statistically from card math, you're running a card at 3 of because you're expecting to see it once per game. 2 of you're expecting not to see it all the time, but some of the time. So like maybe that's not a every game, but like every other game type situation. That's why you run cards at 2 of, is for those niche situations. So I think like because of that, I would still just rather run the Haru a little bit more to guarantee my memory plays, because the swipe is still going to cost me 1 memory at the end of the day. So like Haru just makes me a little bit more memory efficient. Obviously the goal is to have both of them. But he's on super hacking. He's also on 3 analog use, which I think is like, I don't particularly think that's correct. I would rather just have craft over analog youth, is kind of like my mentality. Like analog youth is cute for like trying to turbo Dante, but like if you're already just like playing better cards, you could turbo just fine without analog youth, because like that's why I'm playing as an example the app link, is because app link is still grab 1, discard 3, or discard 2. And that's exactly what analog is doing. Analog is just cheaper. But I could use cyber engage to do other cute play lines. Or like I have app link to do other cute play lines, which I think is worth the 1 memory extra investment. Because ideally I would app link into Charismon or app link into Dugotch. So that way my Dantemon is going to either be a little bit extra protected, or it's going to be able to make an attack. But like either way, we app link to do something. So this is basically my app link slot. He's running 4. Yeah, so this is basically my app link slot if I were to equate it. My cyber hacking is my craft slot. I do not think you need 4/7 code pad, because by the time you have 7 code pad, you're already in the position to just hard play Dantemon anyway. So 7 code pad just doesn't realistically matter. It's interesting that they're running, so 3 of this feels correct, 3 of this feels correct. Roleplay is like arguably one of the more aggressive cards, because you're always guaranteed that discard and draw. So like I don't particularly agree with that for this build. No, I kinda like where mine's at. I'm feeling excited about Wednesday. Good, you should. You'll have fun. So is there anything else with this? I mean, obviously we would be testing like if we could. Um I mean, I could technically load up what is it, Project Drazel and start testing it. But I don't care that much to do that right now. I just want to build more decks. So let's go ahead and print screen. We will copy this and save it here. Maybe instead of 1.0, no, I'll call it 1.0. That's fine. All right, cool. So Dantemon is saved. Yeah, because I really like the idea and direction of where a lot of the card combos are at, trying to take it as much advantage of Dantemon while get to him as efficiently as possible. So like Digivolve, swipe into ideally roleplay. Roleplay is gonna swing, swipe is going to allow us to link for a cost of oh, we could link into craft. Maybe I need to figure out how to squeeze more craft in. I really need to squeeze more craft in. Because craft is the card I'm probably gonna want to swing and use swipe with, because swipe makes it free to link. It's just this 7 codes needing all 7 in a decent amount and quantity. Just it's so rough. Maybe I could go like 2 on him or something and just like I don't know. It just feels so weird because like I could go lower on him, but if I do, then I'm relying on 7 pad more. Right? Is that the logic? Yeah, I don't think I could go any lower than 3. I really don't. And the only other card to cut is probably Gachimon, but I like Gachimon. Gachimon has some good niche applications. Maybe cutting Gachimon is objectively correct and running craft. I could see that. Yeah, I think maybe cutting Gachimon for craft is objectively correct. All right, let's delete this and then re-upload. As cute as Gachimon is, I think just running more craft is correct. Just thinking about it now. Like being able to potentially like I'm running him in such a low quantity that like maybe this is also kind of correct. Cuz this turbo fills. So like maybe because I'm not playing Gachimon, maybe I swap these. I don't know. That's a tough call. That one I would need more testing and iterating for. Oh no, we would want here. All right. So now that we are done with a Dantemon deck, we move on to reboot. We will reboot the reboot. So let's go ahead and F5. Yeah. All right. Can I just hold on? Does this work? Edit. Where's the export? Export. There we go. All right. So let's go export, import. We go import. Hopefully this works. It does. Nice. All right. So this is where I was with Rebootmon. So we could just scroll up to the Dante stuff. And we're obviously going to be running 2 Dantemon bare minimum. Do we need any of these? Probably not. I think all of these are just like too specific. There's an argument for weather. Nav or system? What are we mostly working with? Social and tool, right? Because these are socials and tools. Tool. And then this is a tool. Yeah, we're mostly working in tools. Oh. Okay. So we probably don't need Monarch Lizamon, Final Judgment, and Raumon as much anymore. So we could probably go... Do we just literally go down on these and then just run this as is? Like, honestly? Isn't it game, social, or tool? Yeah, so we have game, we have social, and we have tool. Those are for sure what he's working in. So, like, do I literally just drop a Rao and drop a Monarch to just run 2 Dantemon in here? Because, like, the idea... So, what does my full combo look like? So, I could do 4 checks with Reboot. So, I don't even need Monarch in here anymore, right? Monarch is just like the finisher. So, I guess the big question is, do I need the Eugene? Change the egg to the cheap link egg. I mean, I could do that. So the reason why I wasn't was because we had Vortex. That was like the only real reason. So what am I actually doing? So I guess I honestly, if I'm able to fully utilize Rebootmon, get my 2 checks in. So I reboot, I swing, I get 2 checks in. I unsuspend. I get 2 more checks in, and then Dante is just for game. Like, honestly? So we probably would need tap then. We would run a 3rd Dantemon. We don't need the Raumon anymore then. because we're not doing those cute plays. And we would run something else as our level 4 slot. Would we even need Vortex anymore? So, like, okay, what are we doing in those off turns? So we would still need Vortex for those off turns. Because if we, let's just say, have to make, like, a play line where we reboot passing turn, then we would need to Vortex into the opponent's Digimon, which means we wouldn't be able to Dante. But in that situation, we wouldn't be able to Monarch Lizamon anyway. And it's not like we could just, like, Digivolve mid-attack into a Dantemon. So, what are we running instead? So, we have level 4 slot to fill. What are we running instead? Is the real question. Because we basically have 3 level 4s we could fill up. So, this basically just replaces Monarch Lizamon. So, what are we doing instead? So, we need level 4s. So, there is the cuteness of Scope. I don't think we need Scope, but Scope is pretty cute. We could go back to running the Dugotch. But because we have Vortex, we don't need the Dugotch. And this card is only pulling cards from different names from this Digimon's Digivolution. Yeah, so it's just pulling Digimon from its Digivolution. So we can't even link from our hand when we go into it. And then this Digimon can attack without suspending. Or do we do Dugotch anyway? We can use HPD? No. I will refuse to use HPD in this deck. HPD is not a good card in here. It wasn't a good card before, and it's not a good card now. At least for Reboot. It's a good card for other decks. Probably Gossip to recover cards. Yeah, I was almost thinking maybe Gossip is like kind of just a necessary evil at this point. Do I go 3 Gossip and just like go full send on Gossip, or is there something else that we could use? Because this card's not that great, to be honest. It's cute, but it's not that great. I don't think we need Weather. By trashing a linked. Okay, yeah, no, we don't want to do that. What does this card do? When any of your opponent's Digimon suspends, by trashing one of this linked, that's kind of cute, but we're not looking for that. Yeah, I think it is just Gossip, just for that recovery type play. Because ideally, if we're doing Reboot correctly, they're either not going to be able to deal with Reboot, or we're using Reboot to now effectively OTK the opponent. So we want to try to be as memory efficient as possible, so I think this is correct. Do we run another option is the question. Like, do we, like, cut a Gossip or something for another option? Maybe we could cut Charismon for something at this point. No, so Charismon's for those opportunities where, if we're... So I guess, like, Charismon is if we're not killing with Reboot, slash Dantemon. then Charismon becomes a needed card. Yeah, we're actually just a full-blown OTK deck at this point. So we just want to try to up our consistency as much as possible. Yeah, because by the time we do reboot shenanigans into Dantemon, we should... Then if this Digimon has 7 linked cards, return your opponent or to the bottom of their deck. Yeah, so this is burn 1. So we need to have 7 cards, so we would always be linking from our hand or trash. We wouldn't be linking from our inheritables because we would have... What's our usual stack size? So we would have, ideally, Onmon, or we would have a level 3, then 2 level 4s, 2 level 5s, and our level 6, so we're 1 off. So maybe we are forced to run a scope, because we would need to, like, actually fully utilize, like, a full evolution line, unless we scope, right? Oh, but if we scope, then we have to digivolve normally, so that doesn't work anyway. So how else are we filling up? No, I think we still would run a scope. Because we could cyber engage a scope, tuck a card underneath, and then do combo anyway. So I think we still would run a scope. Yeah, so I think, like, 1 Gossip is probably fine. Most of the time from log in raising, it's 5. 6th, reboot, link from hand. Would need 1 other card linked to reboot before evolving into Dante. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm thinking. Is just, like, if we're doing it, then we just... Like, because I noticed sometimes I'm not always app fusing into this. So, like, I would want 1 magical source somewhere, and I think, like, that's maybe where the scope comes into play. So, that way we could be, like, cyber engage, scope, grab 1, throw 1 underneath. Either that, or I would just need a cheap link and keep turn, which means that the extra memory is needed. Yeah, we would need 1 more to do Dante shenanigans. So I think this is probably the play. There is an argument just to cut the Gossip to run the scope, but I kind of like the Gossip. Or maybe we go 2 and 1. I feel like scope just makes Dante more consistent. Yeah, so this is probably okay. Because we have these just to draw through additional cards, find everything that we need. We have Vortex to be able to get Reboot to be suspended, plus Charismon for the additional protection. Well, I guess technically... No, I think having more scope just for the consistency in case we're off by, like, a hair probably is needed. So this is probably where I would start with. and then kind of just see what is actually working and what is not. Oh, didn't need to do that. Then we go, what? Reboot Dante version 1.0. Yeah, I honestly think, like, Reboot is by far the strongest app deck. Like, this feels like it would be a very reasonable deck. Because let's just say we set up a Cyber Engage and we're just off, then that allows us to Cyber Engage Scope. Gossip can grab back a Reboot that's in our trash, or a piece that we need that's in our trash. Going, if we do full combo, going all the way up costs us basically no memory. So, yeah, I think this is good. So I guess we could move backwards again. It's what, F5? So does anyone have any additional, like, thoughts or objections to Reboot? Like, Reboot throwing in Dante? Because I'm open to, like, other suggestions. I just kind of wish, yeah, I think this is still just, because I was thinking maybe Scope would be good for Dante builds, but I think Craft is just objectively better. No? Yeah, I think, like, without testing, like, this is probably good on paper. Let's look at one of my other favorite Appmon decks. There we go. Where's Gaia? Gaia. Export. I think this is an updated Gaia deck. Then we go import. Full cards. And zoom out. There we go. All right. So we're definitely taking out the Ace, because Gaia Ace is just objectively bad. It is a very bad card. We'll just say we'll throw in Naharu instead. All right. So what is our combo with Gaiamon? So our combo with Gaiamon is we what? Swing with Globe. So if we swing with Globe, that's going to be 2 checks. Then we Applink using Big Bang Punch from Globe into Charismon. Then we App Fuse to unsuspend the Gaia, burn 1 security, attack with Gaiamon. So that's 4 damage at most as of right now. So Gaia would be able to OTK using Dantemon. So this is just another way to OTK because we have Dantemon. So the big question is, what are we doing to increase the deck's consistency to be able to get to this position? Because full combo is we swing with Dugotch. Dugotch uses his ability to link into time. then we use either Haru or Eri to app fuse into Globe to make the 2 checks possible to begin with. Then, we would link into Charismon, either by paying for it, or we have Haru for the reduction. So maybe we take out a Big Bang Punch, and then I need to cut 2 more cards. How many rookies are we playing? 12 rookies. We could probably cut a rookie. A rookie to cut might be a Gachamon. This card's so good. I don't think we could cut any of these because we have to use at least one of them. Aries just like such a generically good card. I think maybe we could cut this Haru, because this Haru cannot find our Dante. And I think that's the big problem on why I'm thinking about cutting this. This can help save us a little bit of memory, but the fact that it doesn't search out Dante is kind of an issue. We could make an argument by running just 2 Dantemon and just hope to try to find him. So I mean, I would very much like 3 Dantemon just to make this more consistent. Oh, but we have Dugach. Oh, but he makes the attack. So if we attacked with Gaiamon, then the Dugach doesn't matter because we don't have a way to unsuspend the Dante. Because this is only 1 unsuspend, right? So when Digivolving... Oh, no, this... We get a link from our hand. Then when we link, we unsuspend once per turn and trash the top. Okay. Yeah. So we attack twice. Or we attack, deal 2 damage. Burn, unsuspend. No, I still would want a third Dante. So what's our curve? 12, 11? So I guess the argument may be just to cut a Dugach. Yeah, I think the argument is just to cut a Dugach, just to squeeze in the third Dante, just to try to find him more consistently. Alright, so there you go. There's Gaiamon OTK. Yeah, some of these are going to be a little bit quicker to build, just because they're already pre-established decks. But just to go over the full oh wait, do we have enough sources with Dantemon if we do that to be able to get the burn? That's the ultimate question. So ideally we're always going to be doing Dugach. So if we do that, so we have 2 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s. Then our 6 and a link. Oh, but we could have linked twice because this is when Digivolving when attacking. So even if we miss out on a app fuse, we should have 7 for Dantemon. Because it would be what? 2... We'll do 1 3, 2 4s. So that's 3. 2 5s are 6. Then A link. Yeah, so we should be fine. All right, cool. Actually, let's get a cleaner picture. Up. Kill the stats. Can we go up one more time? Yes, we can. All right. Yeah, so nothing really changes here. Oh, whoopsies. Discord. And then this is Gaiamon plus Dante version 1.0. Oh, duh. Alright, cool. Yeah, because this is a pretty well-known combo. I did it again. F5. Then let's hop back. Is that it? Could this deck actually... No, we can't use Vortex in this because we don't have ways to suspend. I think we're okay with our card draw because we're less consistent. Yeah, we don't care about the Reboot Tamer. I would rather have the Airy. Oh yeah, we would get rid of this. Alright. Alright, let's take a break and play a game. And then we could go back to some more app builds. So, like, what app builds would you want to see next? Because we got, what? Hades, Poseidon, Deus, and Oranos? Probably annoying. Oh, this is bad. The other hand was better. Oh, well, I mean, if our opponent's deck is just that weak, then it doesn't matter. Oh, and we drew a rookie. Nice. I think I Airy before I Big Bang Punch. Yeah, it's just unfortunate we don't have option-based removal. Unfortunately, none of the app decks have option-based removal. But setting up the Airy early for Big Bang Punchies is really good. Nope. So at this point, we just need to see our god. Yeah, so I could afford one more off turn to Digivolve here. Didn't see it. So hopefully when we start attacking, we could see it. Aru? Do I just hard play this, try to bait something out? I think I do. It's a link cost of 3. But evoing is for 4. Kind of wish I almost didn't gain the memory. Alright, there we go. Hades looks fun. Has 1 topping. Yeah, I'll look at Hades. I'll see what Japan has done with Hades. Okay, so they are gonna do something. Oh, sad pandas. Well, if our Digimon lives, we could Digivolve into Gossip and grab it. Which is why Gossip is good. And we have enough memory where we're fine. So we just need to blow up our opponent's field and then we win the game. Because their deck is just that bad. And we need to go image view. And then... multicolored... Oh, are they gonna end in a Dire Rabbit Ace? And then kill my Digimon? Alright, let's see this Hades build. Oh, there's a Deusmon too. So we have a Deus and a Hades example. Yeah, here's the Hades. I found the Hades. So we have Deus and Hades we could update. Is there any others? That's more Hades. More Hades. Yeah, just Deus and Hades as far as actual data goes. How big is this? Yeah. Oh, right. We needed the DP. Oopsies. I threw. Oh, they're DNAing? That feels like a mistake. That resets their Digimon. That opens them up. They were in a much better position without DNAing. So my Digimon was gonna die anyway, so that's fine. Deusmon? Yeah, I'll show you. And the Angora gets to search. So I still do my same combo play, right? Oh. I can't de-digivolve his Mega. And he stun-locked all my Digimon. So that's, or all my Tamers, so that's a little unfortunate. I mean, I guess I just link normally? Question mark? Digivolution source. Yeah, unfortunately, because I don't have my god, this is going to be slightly more difficult and annoying. Does he have the ace? Oh, he does have an ace. Does this do anything? He probably has another Angelamon. Yeah, it's unfortunate that my Tamers being suspended was pretty big of a deal. And then I wasted my Gossip, which was also a very devastating big deal. So there were some misplays on my end. Because that was my only Gossip. And I should have memory choked them efficiently enough. I just don't want to run the ace. The ace is just such a bad card. Although the ace would have been really good here. Head immediately. Couldn't even get the 2 checks. Okay. Yeah. Even with misplaying, their deck is just that bad. Even with misplaying, their deck is just that bad. Like, that's literally how bad Nature Spirits is. I miss this deck. It feels so good. I guess we could keep it. It doesn't look terrible. We have a lot to find. But we have a lot of ways to be able to try to get there. This is a little bit more of a harder matchup. Just because I don't think I could get over their stuff. And then they just, what, constantly de-digivolve me? Or stunlock me? And I won't be able to do much? Yeah. I think this is definitely a harder matchup. Yeah, and because I'm also way less memory efficient than Reboot, it's just going to be really difficult. They're going to take the Machine Dramon. Nope. Hi, Andromon. We're what? Missing one card? So hopefully our opponent doesn't get rid of this, and then we can maybe combo off. Nope, I think our opponent's just gonna go now. Yeah, our opponent's just gonna go now. And unfortunately, I think their protections are just gonna be better than whatever we're gonna be doing. Yeah, there's no way this Tweetmon actually lives. It would be nice if it did. Yeah, no way. Oh, okay. We got a lot to ask. We got a lot to ask for. Of course. Applink. From hands. De-digivolve. Draw a card. Gain a memory. So I really need to wipe the field here and now. App fuse. Link from... I guess our Digivolution sources? Oh, I should have de-digivolved it first. Fuck. Alright, well, I guess we have to digivolve normally. Kinda sucks. Passing way too much memory over. What's the ability on guard? Unsuspend, trash, and then just delete the level 4. Yeah, I just needed the egg gone, so that way... Well, I mean, fuck me, I guess, right? He's assembling it? Yes. We're gonna have to do some massive shenanigans here. Will I raid? Yeah, sure, why not? Alright, they had it. Alright. Yeah. There was no real way around that. And that's why this deck is falling off really hard, is because it just doesn't have the needed protections for the modern state of the game, which is why now it has to rely on Dante Manda OTK. Yeah, I guess I will just set up an Airy. There's no real reason why I should need to commit to the board. Them playing this out so early kind of puts a lot of pressure on me. Yeah, we could try doing something. Probably not going to be good. Yeah, now I'm just, like, unnecessarily overexerting. Oh. Of course, now I see the card that I needed. Fuck me. Now he just pops this, Digivolves for 1, and then just tries to floodgate me. Yeah. Fuck me. That's why this deck isn't good anymore. Like, it's just leaving myself, like, way too open and vulnerable most of the time. I can't kill the opponent without Dante. I don't even think I have good rebuilds. Alright, this is probably going to be the last game of this. I don't know how long I can stomach playing, like, hyper outdated decks that just don't OTK the opponent. Yeah, I need to set up Airy and probably Big Bang Punch next turn. Yeah, the fact that I can't OTK the opponent is a huge problem right now. So I have 3 cards I need to find. Yeah, and I can't interact with Semyojin. So their best bet is literally just to make an execute play here. Oh, I guess they're just not going to. I mean, I guess if they're gonna do... Oh, now they get a Digivolve, and now they get to do their thingy. Yeah. Yeah, I can't interact with this at all. I don't even think this deck can even handle this type of a board state. Like, they gave me a lot of memory, but it doesn't matter if I can't interact with them in a meaningful way. And, like, this is why TB is, like, just unseedly obnoxious, is because a lot of decks similar to this type of power level just literally is borderline unplayable. Yeah, because I can't even make my swing to do the Dugotch for free, which is part of the problem. But if I don't move and do something now, I lose. I still think I lose. Yeah, I have to do it this way. The Digivolve doesn't matter because, again, my opponent literally left me with nothing to be able to interact with. I'm just gonna have to do the tweet just to draw a card. Getting rid of this means I lose my Digimon. Can't swing. Yeah, no, this is just an auto loss. It's literally an auto loss. Nothing I could have done would have made any relevance or impact. Yeah, you just have to, like, straight up OTK and pray that the opponent doesn't have any kind of defense if you're trying to OTK with, even with Dantemon. I don't think it would have mattered, like, at all. Alright. Let's look at the Deusmon stuff. Oh. Yeah, it's just literally unfortunate that the majority of the game is rendered irrelevant in the face of, like, the meta decks. So, like, I don't even think any of the other app decks outside of Reboot are, like, anywhere remotely playable because of that type of stuff and interactions. And it's only getting worse, too, so it's just like, I could update all of the Appmon decks, which I'm probably going to do anyway, but outside of Reboot, because it's the only one with relevant protection, none of the others probably matter unless they could OTK fast enough. And that's, like, the only thing that could keep them remotely anywhere near relevant is just OTK the opponent. Yeah, so if anyone's curious, here's, like, a Deusmon build. And even then, they're still using Reboot because they realize that Reboot is just the only actual relevant Appmon. Which I think is really sad that the game has gotten to that position. Where, like, you need to have ungodly levels of protection in order to be anywhere near relevant. Alright, so let's see what he's doing. So we are 2 on the promo, 3 on the main. Then what are we doing here? So this is the weather. They're not even running weather. Yeah, they're not even running the weather. Interesting. 4 on the flick. Oh, they are on 2 this, or 3 of this Eugene. So they're full Eugene. Eugene maxing. Then they got 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Then 4 of this guy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 on this chick. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 on him. We already have 3 of that guy, right? Yeah, we already have 3 of him. Then it's what? 4 weather, 4 wand? 4 weather, 4 wand. They're running 2 Deus, but we'll just, for the sake of the experiment, run 3 Deus, or 4 Deus. Then 3 God grades. 1, 2, 3. 3 cyber engage. Cyber engage be good. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Or I guess we would go 2. I'll just run. Just to keep numbers same. 1 HPD and 1 memory boost. 1 HPD. And it is the green-black memory boost. Alright. What am I missing? Missing 1 card. Oh, they're running a mic? Or an MC mon? What does MC mon do? He is here. So this is discard draw 2. Okay. That's why they're running him. He's basically just the extra searcher because this is the real searcher of the deck. Reveal the top 3 cards, add 1 Appmon and 1 Leviathan. Well, at that point, wouldn't you rather just... Oh! It's because... Okay, so we probably don't need Chrome Memory Boost, and we could probably just run another Cyber Engage or something. Or a Dantemon. There we go. Then we don't need Rekmon, and we could just max out on the Searcher. Yeah, this lineup is really skimpy. What's the stats? They're higher on their level. Okay. So, what is she app fused with? Copy, Kobe, and Mirror. Okay, so literally any of them. But both of these are, like, actually really bad. I think if that's the case, I would rather do something like this, just to clean the curve a little bit. We have... I think HPD seems good, but it's only used for, like, what, Wandamon? When one of your green Digimon would Digivolve. Yeah. So it's just for Wanda, Warudamon. Just to Digivolve into Deus or Reboot for free. Yeah, but at that point, you might as well just, like, say, fuck it, just run Reboot. So what are we actually doing with this card? So he's got Security Attack +1 and Link +1. So he's going to swing, hit for 2 checks, and then when Digivolving, at the end of the opponent's turn, we get a Link a card from our trash without paying the Link cost to this Digimon, and when an effect trashes any of this Digimon's Link cards, delete one of the opponents. So he's kind of like a counter card. So all turns, when this Digimon would leave the battle area by trashing... Yeah. So you're using Cometmon to basically just keep Deusmon around between that and God grade. So you should be well protected if you're using Comet. Oh, is it? Hold on. Maybe Wreck. I think maybe they were using it for the blocker, actually. Where is... Here's the Musimon stuff. Yeah, this comes with blocker. I mean, it means you're going to be a little bit on the weaker side. Level sort? Oh no, I need... There we go. Level sort. Because none of these have blocker, right? When linking, by trashing one of this linked cards, Digivolve 1. Or by trashing a link card, Digivolve effects don't affect this Digimon. Okay, so this is protection. Warp, yeah. Let me see. Here we go. Oh, is this literally the same build? Yeah, it's literally the same build. Memory boost. Oh, maybe there's something to the memory boost. It just feels so weird. I guess it's fine. Memory is memory. But do we even need the memory boost is the question. Or would I rather just run another Cyber Engage? I think I would still just rather run another Cyber Engage. Or God Grade. Like, it's just searching for cards on, I guess, the memory. But, like, if you're doing everything correctly, you shouldn't need that much memory. Plus, doesn't this give you unsafe memory also? So, on play, we get to look at 4 for a System, Navi, Leviathan, or Tool. And then return the rest to the bottom. And then when an effect trashes any of your Digimon... by suspending this, one of our Digimon... Wait. When an effect trashes any of our linked cards by suspending this tamer, we get a link for a reduced cost of 2 from our hand. Okay. And then this is just the built-in one. And then this gives us Vortex. Do we have a Eugene player? I don't think we have a card that plays out Eugenes, right? Oh, you get to play one tamer with Leviathan. But this doesn't have Leviathan. Yeah, I think literally the Eugene HPD was just to enable reboot. Yeah, because their second build is teching in Hades. Because I don't think that Deusmon can do much on his own. Because you, what, swing 2 checks? And then that's kind of just where it stops? You don't get any unsuspends, right? When any of your opponent's Digimon suspends by trashing a link card, trash your opponent's top security. So, okay. So we can suspend the opponent's Digimon to do 3 checks in a single turn, which means Dantemon still isn't killing. So it's basically just like bide our time, hope the opponent doesn't have anything. And then the following turn, we just use Dantemon as basically like an Omni for game. So this deck can't OTK, and it's just using Dantemon to Omni for game, which means we're probably okay keeping Dantemon at 2. Just because it could attack without suspending. So we could use this card to save a link. And keep our stack around. Yeah. So we don't have any unsuspends, do we? So this just minuses 8k. What does this actually do? When a Digimon gets linked, you may suspend one of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers, then it can't unsuspend. Yeah, so we don't... I think because we're not even... we're not using... Because this is just an app driver. Yeah, I think we would rather just have the card draw Haru over the Vortex. Well, no, so the Vortex is still useful. But we don't have Reboot, do we? We only have Reboot here. So, like, are we actually just Deusmon swing 2 checks and then just try to Digivolve into Dantemon and hope that they can't do anything off Dante? Or about our Dante? Is that basically the game plan? Is just, like, just Digivolve using the Deusmon stuff and then end in Dante? Because we could still use Vortex with the Dantemon to be able to... So, but we don't have an unsuspend. I guess, like, the following turn, we would Digivolve into Dantemon. Yeah, because I'm not seeing Reboot anywhere here. Is there another example of Deusmon that I could look at? There we go. Is this just the previous iteration? Yeah, this is literally the same person, previous iteration. So there's just one example of this deck, and it's mostly just trying to use Deusmon's engine to facilitate Reboot. So, kind of boring. Alright, so that's so you could see the full deck list. I don't think this is good. I don't think there's actually a way to make Deusmon better. We do have Weather, but the deck already isn't playing Weather. So maybe if we take out this, we could try to squeeze like 2 Weathers in. Because what is the new Weather is just pit fighting, right? Yeah. Just when linking, just battle. And then this would be the card that we trash, so we could try to like constantly battle the opponent's Digimon. But like it's making our deck a little bit less consistent. What's his assembly? Oh, the assembly's not terrible. But we're not playing him by effects. And we don't have any other 7 code outside of weather to detach for him. Because, like hell, we're going to be playing this Kopimon. This isn't even a Leviathan card either. Oops. Yeah, so we would use this to allow this to KO next turn. So we do, let's just say 3 checks, and then Dantemon should be able to win that turn. Because we could suspend. We would, like, have to link. Oh, it would be on attack. Yeah. Yeah. So maybe, like, one of Weather Dramon might be worth running. Run 11 and 11. Even though that's, like, really awkward ratios. But just because, like, trying to pit fight on the opponent's turn seems pretty decent. And then this would be the card we detach. What does this do? When linking, you get to play 1 system or 7 code. Yeah, we don't care about that. As well, when it gets linked, reveal the top 3 cards. We get to play a 7 code. Yeah, we can't even use this. Like, we got an extra rookie that is in our thing, but we can't even use it properly. Yeah, because this is 2 7 code coded. Like, I would have to go deeper into 7 code, and the only 7 codes we have is weather that the deck would play with. Just because we could use this weather to replace this weather. And we can't even use detach effectively. So, like, if this card, instead of just a player use a 7 code card, if this worked with the rest of it, kind of like its when linking ability, then I think this would actually have grounds to stand on. But because this is too insular, we can't even use this card. Which is unfortunate because the deck could have used an extra copy to do what this kind of thing does. Where it's just like, yeah, if we were able to play out any of our other cards, then this card would be really good. So we can't even use the new copy. And I think, like, this is just good as a cute tech one of. Yeah, so I probably would just play the weather, like the new weather as like a tech one of. And this is just kind of the build in a nutshell. It feels really awkward and nothing seems particularly good. But, like, unless you're just, like, straight up using Rebootmon, I don't think there's a way to actually make Deusmon good. Yeah, you could try to, like, force these, the new Appmon to help. Because, like, at least, like, with weather, like, it does allow us to potentially app fuse into Comet. It opens up that because he requires a weather. And I do think the fight ability is pretty relevant. Because we could be like, okay, end of the opponent's turn, link. And then we could link the weather and then fight at the end of the opponent's turn. Just to try to, like, have removal on the opponent's turn, which would be pretty cute. And then we would just basically have this card be the card we always just throw away. Outside of that, we're just, like, playing normal Deus shenanigans. But, like, Deus at most is going to, like, do 1 swing, 3 checks at best. Which is not exactly where we need to be. Because Dante needs 4 in order, like, 4 damage in order to OTK. So I think, like, this goes from being one of the slightly more reasonable ones to being like borderline bad because we can't OTK with Dantemon. Granted, it's a little bit more control heavy because of just how Deusmon wants to play because of this ability. So that's why I feel like this weather is really good. Yeah, we could still use the Assemble because the Assemble is System, Navi, or 7 code. Which everything in the deck is basically System or Navi. The only thing that's not is Wreck. And Wreck is only in here for blocker just because maybe we need to just like have Deusmon be a blocker. So, and then we get to use these. Oh, can we use any of these abilities like right away? Now that I think about it. So what does he link with? Oh, it's just Assemble, so it puts it underneath. And then we get to link a level 3, which all of our level 3s don't have when linkings, so they're really, really bad. Yeah, and we have to link specifically with a System or Navi or 7 code. So let's look at the level 3s and see if there's like... This just gives blocker, that's irrelevant. We already have Kobemon. This is looking for not things we care about. These are literally the only two Navis. Is MC and Navi. When linking... Yeah, that's not... I mean, there's an argument maybe for MC, but we're not running any Entertainment or Awakening. It would literally just be search for one, which feels really bad. And is like super awkward. So I think we rather would have the Rekomon for the discard 1 draw 2. Because this is just generic. But yeah, like Weather, it's not really worth linking with Weather. Like using his ability to link with anything. So we would just do it just to have something, I guess. Plus also the link cost is really high. Because this is a 3 link cost. And everything else is a 2 link cost. So this would literally be just a late game card to use for Deusmon to like have fight ability. So you could memory parameters, assemble, warp, then Appfuse. Oh, if memory permits, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you could assemble to be able to get the Digimon out for cheap. So you could be like Cyber Engage, play Weather. Weather, shove something under, or yeah, Weather using Assemble, shove something underneath. And then, yeah, reduce it by 3, and then this reduces it by 2. Yeah. So you could Cyber Engage Weather, shove something underneath because of Assemble, and then you would go from Weather, Link for 2 into Warp, then DNA into then Appfuse into Comet. Because I think Cyber Engage plus assemble means that this is basically free to hard play. So it does give us access at that kind of a recovery play, which is not... Oh, and it does have app fuse. Rocket and News? Who the heck is News? We don't even have... Oh, that's Newmon. Oops. We don't have Newsmon. Rocketmon? Do we even have Rocketmon? We don't even have Rocketmon. So we don't have the things that it's actually saying we could app fuse for. So that means there's more Appmons eventually going to be coming out because of Rocket and News, but we don't have those. I just realized that. But yeah, so we should be able to like make a cyber engage type play to be able to get into a comet to get things going as like a recovery type play. So I think this is probably like, oops, outside of obviously just using better cards and playing a better app deck, this is probably as good as a pure Deus build is gonna get. Yeah, it's just not even, it's just not there. Like, Deusmon just doesn't do enough. And Deusmon could very easily be outed. Deusmon plus Dante. All right. A little F5 action. All right. Now for the fun bit, Hadesmon, because Hadesmon we actually have results for. It might be the same person still because that's all who won with Deusmon. Actually, let me hit refresh real quick. And then image view, multicolor, 15 app decks. All right, I just want to make sure I have the most up-to-date information. What the heck? That's running cards that don't belong. All right. So this is where people are playing Hades. And they have some like cute tech cards between Alice and Anubis. And also Watchmon, I guess. And Kopi. They're running a lot of really random shit. Is there anything... Yeah, so this is a little bit more traditional. Alright, so I found a more traditional build. So, running 4 of you. Running 4 of you, 4 of you, 4 of you. 4 of you, 4 of you. 4 of... No, 3 of you. Four of you. 4 of you. 4 of you. 3 of you. 4 of you. Is that it for the Digimon? And then obviously we're running the tap. Tap tap. And then they are running 4 cyber hacking. So this is basically a base build. There you go. Now you can see it a little bit better. Well, I guess not better, but in full. Let me see if there's anything else. So, we need Alice. So they're running one more Alice, one less of this. Then why are they running? And then we need Cyber Engage, because that's the best card. Do we even need Anubis anymore? If we're just gonna be running, if we're gonna be running Dantemon? Where is Dante? There you are. So, because I know this deck is an OTK deck, we just run 3 Dantemon to find it consistently. Reduce the Evo cost by 3. I don't know if we need Alice anymore. I guess, like, Alice plus Revive. Because when Digivolve, we get a Link 1... a level 4. And then that's an on-delete. It's on-delete. It's on-delete. Yeah, maybe we don't need Alice anymore. What does Medic do? On play, on delete, one of the opponent's Digimon gets minus 3k. What does the new Medic do? System or life. It's got barrier. And then when linking, minus 3k and stops their when digivolving. The new Medic just doesn't even seem good. This uses what? Medic and Doc? Yeah, here's Doc. Yeah, the new Medic doesn't even seem good. It just feels like I just want to use Dantemon and just like OTK them. What's our stats looking like? So they are using less Medic. The new Medic is kind of cute though, because we have these abilities. What's the new Medic's app linking? Aidmon and Supplymon and Spamon. All cards we do not have. Yeah, and those are the only 2 builds, is like the traditional one or this. So we just what? Combo like normal? Is Alice still worth running in here? Because what's our combo here? So all turns, when other Digimon are deleted, we get to activate one of this Digimon's when Digivolving abilities. It's when Digivolving ability. We get to play a level 4 or lower system or life traded Digimon from our trash for free. Then we get a link in Appmon from our hand to one of our Digimon. and then we overclock. So we give it security attack plus, and then we swing, and then we overclock. Yeah, so I think like just Dantemon just fits very easily in here. I think maybe we just go 3 and 3 on the raise. And just call it a day? Like, is this just easy peasy, breezy cover girl? Because, like, we're not really running that much tech in here. Or, like, even the full builds that was doing well is, like, running, what, 1 Alice, 2 Anubis? So, like, all we need to do is just swing twice. Oh, I guess figuring out how to get Dantemon is the hard part. Because of overclock, so we need to buy memory back. What does the snake guy do? Because I saw one build using the snake guy. Yeah, this guy. He's just got scapegoat. Do we have any memory generation? Because we just need to deal 4 in a single turn, not past turn, and then Dantemon. Does this gain us memory? No, this is just draw 1, trash 1. I wonder if Oranos would be good with Dante. Probably. I could do Oranos next. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember how Hadesmon OTKs. Like, that's honestly what I'm trying to remember. Because I know... What? Is it just looping Raidramon? So you just, like, loop... You loop Raidramon to give security attack plus, right? So, on play, one of your Digimon gets security attack plus. And then when Digivolving, we get to play it out. So, when Digivolving, play it out. Then, when one of our Digimon gets deleted, we delete. We get to do is when Digivolving effect, which plays out another one. So wouldn't we want, yeah, so we basically just find a way to delete our Digimon to use his When Digivolving ability proactively to get a second Raidramon out, and then it's just 4 checks and then Dante swing for game. Like, am I incorrect on that assessment? Because it's either that... Or we just, like, make our life easy with a demonic disaster. Right? We run, like, 2 demonic disasters. I just don't know where the space is, though. Because these aren't mem setters either. I mean, I could... maybe I just cut Medic out entirely. And I just, like, cut one other card somewhere. Probably cut, like, a super hacking. Because we don't have... Because this is just -7. Either that or cut a rookie. The rookie I would cut probably would be Protect. So something like this. Where it's just like, now we're just trying to use Demonic Disaster plus Security Attack plus Dantemon. We got a lot of draw and discard, so we should be fine. So I guess this is fine. I'm not too familiar with this one specifically on how this one functions, but I think because of Dantemon, you just need to find a way to do 4 damage, and because we could just magically apply Security Attack plus, it should be good enough. Oops. Alright, let's save it. All right, let's play some more games before we work on what, the final 2. F5. Because what are the final 2 that we have? So we did Gaiamon, we did Rebootmon, so we just have Oranos and Poseidon left. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah. So we just have Oranos and Poseidon left. Poseidon's probably going to be like butt easy. Oranos probably needs a little bit of work, but is probably possible because of Alliance. Somehow, somewhere, some way, maybe. All right. Let's look for a competitive build. Sydney? Metal Empire 1 Sydney. Okay, whatever. Indianapolis. UK? Yeah, here's the UK cross. Or... oh, wait. Alright, so what are we doing here? So we're using this egg. We're still using this. 3 of this. We're not using cross 4. We're not using cross 5. We're only using 3 of you. 3 of you. Oh, this is just like Fire Rocket bullshit and what? Omni Shout looping? And 4 of you, 4 of you, 3 of you, none of you. One chaos. Fire rocket. Two fire rockets. Then we need 3 Kotane, 3, 4, 4, 4. We're not using the white tamer. Instead, we're using the old Taiki. And then we need 1 can't turn my back. And then 3, 3. And then where's the last cut? 3 Katones, 4 of you, 4 of you, 1 of you, 1 of you, 3 of you, 1 of you. Oh, here it is. There we go. Hey, Rodri. I guess we could keep this. I don't particularly know. I do have, just as a reminder, I do have emotes. See? I have emotes. So what does this do? Search the top 3, add 1 card with cross hearts and blue flare, trash the rest. Okay. I mean, that's fine. Heading out. I could hear you a mile away. What are you doing, sir? Add 1 to hands, then 1 underneath.
Yeah, I need to get Jacob's card.
Okay.
Meyer should have him, right?
Good luck.
Luck?
Good luck.
Couldn't find him yourself.
Good luck.
A target?
I would probably check a target first.
Took Meyer because it's on the way. And there's the target not far from where I'm going. Instead of going out of my way to the other target. We're going to a place called On the Dune that's near the Ollies that you like.
Oh boy. The dunes are being oned. This for right now. I don't think so. At least not to my knowledge.
Fuck him. We're just gonna drop in and say hi. Be like, Alright then. I got through 3 or 4 modules, and my goal is to get through.
Okay.
Start digging out of my hole. Dig a ton of digs.
So what, now I just cross, right? I have everything set up. Then we alliance. Delete. Delete. I foresaw this was going to happen. Oh, what? Oh, right, I can't use the stuff under my tamer. Right. I didn't have a second Taiki set up. Okay. I'm learning. Yeah, I was better off doing nothing, and then my opponent wouldn't have been able to recover. I literally was better off doing nothing. I didn't realize I wasn't gonna throw everything underneath it, because I didn't have an extra Taiki set up. What? Is this literally just for the... Oh, it's to gain extra memory. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess might as well just set this up. They're gonna get a lot of memory. Or not. That's fine. Yeah, I don't think that matchup was hard. I just played it like an idiot. That's usually how things go. It's just like, it didn't feel like it was very difficult. Hey. Alright. Ooh, fire rocket. Alright. So, one to hand. One underneath. Digivolve in the back. Oh, wrong one. I was supposed to Digivolve into Sparrow. Oopsies. One to hand, one underneath. Alright, they have to make their power turn here. And then is their power turn gonna be good enough? I guess people don't like watching deck building. Because my viewership today has been complete and utter garbage. Okay, cool. They don't have it. Hopefully my viewership picks back up. Is there an event going on today that I'm, like, unaware of that's being streamed somewhere? Usually that kind of, like, has a huge impact on my viewership. Let me go check. Categories. Digimon Up has one viewer. Ooh. It doesn't look like there's literally anyone on Twitch streaming Digimon, which is normal. So it would have to be something on the YouTube side. Unless DCGO? Only one other person on Twitch is streaming Digimon. One in the hand is two in the bush. Unless I guess people are just busy. Live. Still no rookie. That kind of sucks. And my opponent is, like, very much hardcore setup. One in the hand is worth one in the bush. Now I see rookies. Yeah, my opponent's basically set up, and I just spent, like, 4 turns doing nothing because I didn't have a rookie. Oh, unfortunate. And they have their one of. Oh, they had jamming anyway. Oh, I guess it didn't matter because it has cross. Yeah, they had to do it that way. Now they... DNA? Stunning my tamers is actually a really big deal. Does this have blocker at all? No. So how many times do they need to loop? Is it 2? I needed tamers to come out of my security. Now he kills himself. He DNAs again. Plays out the Mad Leo. What does Mad Leo's on play do? Nothing. The big question is, does he have it? So he needs to do... he could do it again. So he decodes, spits out the jammer. No? Oh, I guess he's just gonna Digivolve to draw a card. This has... Yeah, he's gonna be looking. So, he gets to Digivolve here. And unfortunately, I'm like very much not set up to where I have it. I needed my Katone. I mean, I have to wipe their field. So I guess how much memory is he going to leave me at is the real question. Going to leave me at 1. So, does he have it now? Okay, he didn't have it. Cool. Thank you. Thank you very much. You can take your leave. Exit stage right. We definitely need rookie starts. Oh, God. TB. Oh, no. So, right now, we're just double these. Yeah. One in the hand, one underneath. I need more of a draw engine. So next turn, it's going to be set up another Taiki and start praying some more. It's the Evo for reduced. Nope. Dead. It's fine. Yeah, seeing all my high-level Digimon go away was actually pretty brutal. Maybe I should have took them instead of searching. Yeah, now we're running into the problem where they're just adding, like, they just have a shit ton of pressure, and I have, like, no response. One in the hands, one underneath. Jumpmon, Zeeg. Won't be able to attack, but I need to do something. How many are in here? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so now I just don't have a good way of ending my turn. I guess that's the best thing I could do, in case they do randomly have the ability to Susano. Because they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Mm-hmm. I guess I'll just put some sources back. They're gonna put the Zeeg away. Yep. Maybe I should have put the Katone underneath or out, because now he's just gonna start hard slamming Susanoo. And now I just have to race against hard slamming Susanoo. Oh, okay. They're not going to do that yet. Hey, a rookie! Finally. So, I got a couple of different options. I could either Katone or, Taiki. Because next turn, I am going to bring this out. So this guarantees that I have memory. I wish this had almost an on-play, kind of like Katone. I think I do just do this. Either that or I choke. So what's the difference between the one memory is the question. I think it's just Katone. Just to try to turbo the cards out of my trash. Because ideally I should be winning next turn. Okay, so they don't have Susanomon, so that's good. So they get to get rid of my empty Shoutmon, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal. Although I don't have a Z, which is kind of a problem. Um... Hmm. Yeah, without the Zeeg, slight hiccup. You may return one with as much DP or less as this Digimon, then this Digimon can unsuspend. Omni Shout. Ballista. Jaeger. Raptor Sparrow. Now I attack. This gets bottom decked. This is what, lowest level? Yeah. So I could attack. Force it to block. And then he would, what, bottom deck my shooting star? Is the card draw really that needed, is the question. Okay, that just dies immediately. Yep. And then this gets bottom decked. Oh, retail, right. Alright, we'll just do it again. Oh, alright. Now they're gonna Susano. Now I have to try to figure out how to play out of the Susano. And their last security. I wish I could burn their last security. That would make my life easy. Yeah, so, King Jaden, if you're still in here, what you just saw is exactly why Cross is just better than Hunters at this point, is because I didn't lose any of the resources that I spent to hard play my big bodies. So, nothing was lost. Absolutely nothing. Yeah, maybe I should have set up the other Taiki over the other Kotane. But at least, like, I could grab a Shout E6 to reuse. Even though I already have Shout 7 under here. 2 of them. Yeah, they're just forced to Susanoo here. And they have to hope that I don't see multi-attack shenanigans. And I can't play out of this. And this is exactly why Cross is good into this deck, is because I have the tools to be able to basically make it so Susanomon doesn't hurt. Sure, I still get burned to security, which sucks. But theoretically, I could be in a winning position. I just need 2 attacks. Oh, they burned a Taiki. That was kind of huge. I needed that. Yeah, and now he's gonna try leaving a board. So he gets 2 bodies back. We'll cycle. Ooh, a fire rocket? Oh, man. Now we're cooking. Do I do the Shotmon? How much does this cost to Digivolve 3? Yeah. It's just going to be too much. Too expensive. 0. So now I just get rid of that. Yeah, unfortunate. Don't have all the memory. Oh, that was expensive. This is when attacking, when digivolving. No. Oh, I forgot to fire rocket. Damn it. Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because I just use the Shoutmon in my hand to unsuspend this one. And then we just swing for game. It's just that I could have already just been done with that. Extra clicks. Misplay for extra clicks. Um... And game. Yep, that's how Cross wins. Cross just basically just says Susanamon. Pff, who cares about that? This is always an annoying matchup. Oh, look at that hit. Hey, Angry Flip Girl. Are you getting better with Shine Greymon? Well, I mean, I guess this is okay because I could just remove it. What the fuck? Okay. I guess they're trying to be cute and annoying. Seems about right. Par for the course. Obnoxious, hyper-protective, defensive control decks. Spoiler, are hyper-obnoxious defensive control decks that no one likes. But people play it anyway. That was a big whiff. So far they haven't really put any pressure on. Ooh, that's pretty good, but I know that's exactly why they played that card. Do I just do this? No, I can't. So I am just better off swinging here. Just to get the card draw. Oh, it's kind of obnoxious that I need to get rid of this. Like, this is legitimately floodgating me, which is kind of stupid. Like, it's floodgating me in a very awkward way. I mean, I could just throw a Shoutmon away, to be honest. Oh, is he just gonna Alliance, like, beat me down here? Oh, no, I just lose because of the... What's giving him Alliance? Oh, this fucker. Yeah, so he's just gonna Alliance, here. Fire Rocket. And then he just swings for game. Yeah, he literally just, like, straight up rushed me down. Because I was too passive, and I didn't want to play into a, whatchamacallit, fucking Sukamon. Now I need to learn how Shine Greymon Rune mode works properly. Oh, that's not hard. You just go into Shine Greymon Rune mode, and then the opponent can't play the game. Like, all honesty, that's it. That is the secret. You just go into Shine Greymon Rune mode to end your turn off or pass the combo or whatever, and then 9 out of 10 times the opponent just can't play the game. I'll do a safety. Yeah, that's a mem setter, so I might as well Kotane. What am I playing against? Well, I was playing against Metal Empire. And now I'm playing against Angoramon, which Angoramon is not a good deck, so, like, this probably isn't even a real match. Like, I'm, at this point, just kind of going through motions. Like, they could efficiently climb. They just can't do, like, their deck just doesn't do anything. Like, if you don't play into their strategy, their deck literally doesn't do anything. So they could end in a Dire Rabbit, which is fine. And then I just will proceed to not do anything. And then they don't have the damage to be threatening at all. So I just wait out their one instance of protection, and then I just clap cheeks. So now they're just going to Digivolve for 2, keep turn, and hard play something? Oh, they're actually just using the option to memory choke me? That's fine. Like, they can't Vortex me. So, them unsuspending literally doesn't mean anything. I'm not going to be playing a Digimon this turn, so this still doesn't mean anything. Yeah, so I literally just wait out their 1 instance of protection, and then I just go in. So they'll be able to do 2 damage, and then maybe not close out the game. When one of your Digimon gets plus 3,000 until the end of the opponent's turn, battle one of their Digimon. What let them... Yeah, unfortunately, don't have any other good plays. I could take the Sparrow and then tuck the Raptor Sparrow. And then I waited out their protection. They shouldn't be able to kill me this turn. And then I just kill them on Crackback. Assuming I have my combo. Or I just use this to stunt them. Unfortunate. Yeah, so now they're just trying to raise the Digimon in the back. I was wondering which one's better, Hunters or Cross Hearts? Hearts is infinitely better. Infinitesimally better. Just because, again, I don't lose all my resources the second my main stack goes away. I mean, like, right now, I'm just not finding my key pieces to be able to do combo. So, in this instance, I think I would rather... No, I could do this first. And then I can cross. Shout 7. Zieg. Ballista. Jaeger. Raptor. And then Starmon. And then swing, alliance. Delete their Digimon. Do checks. So what does this card do? I get to place all of my Digivolution sources from my Tamer, or from a Digimon underneath, and then play a Cross Hearts from my hand. So I don't exactly have a Cross Hearts in my hand to do that, which is the unfortunate part. Would I be able to do this? So this would be 5 sources, so I could reduce by 5. So this would reduce by maybe enough? Because I need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I would need something from under here. Nope, unfortunate. Oh, this would be for 1, wouldn't it? So I'm like literally 1 memory off. This does not have a cross. On play. Oh, no, I guess I did that correctly. Yeah. No, I did that correctly. I secretly did that correctly. I knew exactly what I was doing. Yeah, so you could see, like, it felt like I was losing that whole game, and then, like, I just make one big combo play because I have a shit ton of resources that my opponent reasonably wasn't able to interact with, and even if I played out a Digimon and it would die, I just used my resources significantly better. Like, Hunters is nowhere near the level that Cross is. Absolutely nowhere near. Like, that's not even a valid question. Like, in a Hunter situation, there's 0 chances you would have won in that situation if you just sat there, set up your Tamers, and didn't proactively do anything. And then they were in the situation where it's just like, okay, I could have a reactive play. And then you wouldn't have a reactive play to their reactive play. Like, that's kind of the snowball effect that Hunters just straight up loses. Is you need to be able to react off of nothing, and if you can't play the game effectively. And the only way you can is if you're winning the game the turn you're making your power play. Oh god, this hand is unplayable. So, like, that's the dynamic that Hunters fails right now. In terms of, like, why it's not doing good, is it just fails at, 1, dealing enough damage to OTK, and 2, fails at having any kind of recovery type play for when your main stack gets outed. So, like, you look at Cross just as an example, and it's just like, okay, my 1 Digimon gets deleted, cool, half my resources that I spent goes right back underneath my Tamers to then reuse again. So I'm not losing everything the second my Digimon gets deleted. And then my hard plays to get back into the game are significantly cheaper because of it. What's Hunters? You do not have to worry about that. Hunters is a old deck that is not currently meta competitive because it's trying to do what Cross does, except the gimmick is you're using the Digimon you're storing underneath your Digimon to reduce the cost of your Digivolutions. The only problem is you see this, like, Cross usually has, like, abilities like Material Save to be able to keep the resources that you invested into your Digimon, where Hunters does not. One in the hand, one underneath. So, like, Hunters is a tamer-based deck that utilizes the save mechanic to keep their low-level Digimon underneath their tamers to then use as an additional resource. What makes them different is Hunters is using the cards underneath to reduce your Digivolution, where Cross is using them to reduce the play cost. And for where the game currently is, reducing the play cost is significantly more valuable than reducing your Digivolution cost. Because if you, like, let's just say, have a Digimon where it gets deleted, now you need to find a way to be able to get back into the game. And if you're reducing your Digivolution cost, you're going through significantly more hoops in order to get back into the game, rather than me saying, I'm just going to hard slam Shoutmon Cross 7, and you're just going to have to deal with that. Does this have a save? Yes, it does. Okay. So, place one card with cross hearts or blue fair from your hand or trash under any of your tamers. Okay, so that's just here. And then we'll just play this out. That's fine. Yeah, so we're going to get to a stage of the game where essentially we're just going to be hard slamming high-level Digimon repeatedly. And, like, that's basically just exactly what Digimon wants is the way the game flow is, you're both going to be building stacks a total of one time. And then after that, if you build a secondary stack, it's by some miracle. Otherwise, the game kind of expects you to just, like, hard slam high-level Digimon and just say deal with it. So, like, what's making Shine pretty decent is because with the right setups, you could just hard slam a level 5 Digimon. Then your level 5 will let your Tamer attack. Then when your Tamer attacks, you get to Digivolve into a level 6. Then your level 6 gets to play you another Digimon. And then you're probably going to be removing a Digimon from the field. You've dealt a total of 1 damage. And then you also potentially could get an end of turn attack to get another Digivolution going. And that's the point where it's just like, okay, I'm just going to Digivolve into a Rune mode. To try to hose on my opponent's plays. So now they're going to have to stare at this Rune mode while they can't really play their Digimon effectively. Alright, so now my opponent's going to try OTKing me. So they're going to Digivolve on top of their other one. You don't like using Shoutmon King to play... I mean, like, a lot of things just have the ability to play Tamers. This deck doesn't really focus on Digivolving. It's more of just hard slam your Tamers like Katone and just passively build resources off of that. Or, like, I Digivolve into Shoutmon, and then I swing with Shoutmon, and I want my Shoutmon to die. So, therefore, there's no real reason for me to use King Shoutmon when I want my Shoutmon to be the one that's attacking and dying. So, like, there's just literally 1, no deck space, and 2, better play patterns. Do we have anything in our trash? We have a Ballista. Do we need the Ballista? We need the Ballista. We need the Ballista. On, chat. Hey. Sorry about that. What's the weakness of this deck? It takes time to set up the Tamers. So that's the big weakness of the deck is, you're kind of just, like, racing, and you could just straight up lose the race. And if the opponent is able to interact with your stuff in a meaningful way, then, that also kind of just sucks. We'll draw a card. So, like, it's sometimes just slow enough to where it can't keep up with any deck that's actually putting a lot of pressure on. Um... Raptor Sparrow. And now I swing, kill this. Deal 2 damage. Digivolve here, unsuspend, swing game. Heyo, Anacreus. What time is it? 4? Alright. Oh, well, that kind of sucks. Can't unsuspend and ignores when digis. So that means I have to hard play this, but because I have these, that's fine. Don't care. A 1 and a 2. Once they're done doing their things. Yeah, and then we just make the attack because we have that ability. And game. Yeah, so, like, if you're curious, the idea is literally you're just using your tamers, like Katone and Taiki, and then this Taiki, to generate resources underneath them that are very difficult for the opponents to interact with. Then you are going to basically just wait until you have the ability to cross into a Shoutmon, whether that's going to be a 6E or a 7. Doesn't really matter. You're just going to start hard playing Shoutmon, and then you're just going to be dealing big damage because this Shoutmon has Alliance. So with his proper setup, you get Shooting Starmon to come out from underneath, and then you could just Alliance, so that's going to be doing 2 checks right there. Then you just have Shoutmon cross 7 to be able to Digivolve on top of it, and then you get an Unsuspend, and then you can just make another attack, and then you're just using, like, Fire Rocket to deal more damage, or you're using Can't Turn My Back to be able to throw all of the resources spent to play one Shoutmon to play basically a second one for essentially free. So that's kind of just, like, the gimmick is, like, you're just using your low levels to throw underneath your tamers to passively generate them as resources to use for your high levels later. Then the deck kind of is like a little gimmicky where it's just like, okay, you have Chaosmon Folder Arm as a level 7 because it has partition, so you could partition Shoutmon and Zeeg, or Shoutmon and Shoutmon, or like you just have lots of flexibility to do whatever you want. And it's also a floodgate that could turn specific abilities off, which is really strong. But yeah, that's essentially the gimmick of the deck is I'm just going to hard slam Shoutmon after Shoutmon after Shoutmon after I have enough resources, and if they die, then Material Save allows me to keep my resources. And this card also lets me keep a lot of my resources as well. So when these cards are being deleted, for the most part, I'm not losing everything I spent investing into them. So that way I could just constantly hard play them over and over again, assuming that they're going to be getting deleted, which fits in the context of where modern Digimon is. So if we look at, like Hunters uses, like a Restigermon Superior mode. This just does usually between both of them, this is like the deck's big boss monster, and it just does 2 damage. That's it. It's just a level 5 that hits above its weight class, trying to control the field, but at this point, like, the control is like just average to below average. and you're just doing whatever little bit of damage you can. And then, unfortunately, the big difference is, like, if this were to die, you literally lose all of the resources you invested into it to reduce your Digivolution costs, where, like, you could Digivolve into this for, like, 1 to 0, but I could play this for 1 to 0. And, like, it has a full stack already ready to go. Whereas, and then when it dies, it replaces itself by giving me back some of the resources spent investing into it. Where if this dies, you get nothing back, and then you have to figure out how to rebuild your resources and your main stack and build. So, like, that's where Hunters is, like, falling short, is it just does not have the ability to catch back up because it doesn't have the ability to actually maintain any kind of resources after you use them all on your big one burst. So if you're doing a big one burst, you need to be killing the opponent, which Hunters can't do, unless they, like, wait long enough to generate a whole bunch of Tamers and a whole bunch of Watchmakers, and then swing with, like, big numbers and security and multiple instances of security attack plus, but then you're just functionally moving too slow for where the game currently is. So that's kind of like why Hunters is falling off, and why Cross Hearts has stayed relevant, is because, like, not only did Cross Hearts just get more support, that also has to deal with it, but the support they got was just significantly better, and they were already fitting within the context of how Digimon has developed as a game. So, like, when you look at Shine, just as an example for your case, Angry Flip Girl, we want Rise. So, like, with Hunters, you don't have good recovery plays, and you need to have a shit ton of resources in order to make your recovery plays good. Where with Shine, you just hard play this card. Like, if your main Digimon gets deleted, and you have a couple of Tamers set up, you just hard play this Rise, and you're immediately back into the game with a reasonable enough of a stack. Because, like I said, you could hard play this, use this in combination with the new 8001 Marcus and Agumon to be able to swing. This is not the end of attack swing, by the way. So you could swing with Alliance, and then because you're swinging with your Tamer with Alliance, then you get to not only do 2 checks off of a borderline empty field of Digimon, but you then get to Digivolve into a Shine Greymon, and then your Shine Greymon gets to do his thing, whatever the Shine Greymon is, and then because of the new Marcus, this Marcus, so because of this Marcus and Agumon, you then get the end of attack to make another one of your Marcuses into a card. So if you have, like, 2 of these, then you get to swing with the Marcus and get another Digivolve, so that way you could Digivolve into something like a Rune mode. So you could go from this Rise, swing with the one Marcus, play out another Shine, Shine plays out another Marcus, Marcus gets another attack, Digivolve the Shine because it's suspended, it's not doing anything, it already did its effect, Digivolve that into a Rune mode, and then that ideally shuts down a lot of the potential that the opponent has. So that's kind of like what I mean by recovery play, is when your main Digimon gets deleted, what are your play lines? So with Hunters, they do have the ability to gain Rush, but that's a when Digivolving ability. And you have to have enough sources, which means you most likely have to have enough things underneath your Tamers in order to get that. And it's just significantly worse of, like, recovery plays. And, like, sure, you do have this that you could Digicross with, but again, now you don't have Rush, so therefore you can't make the attacks, so you're not really getting back into the game. And that's kind of, like, where the problem is. Like, once Hunters is blown out, they pretty much automatically lose the game. And that's the same for a lot of older decks. Like, if my main Digimon gets deleted, and I don't have the ability to instantaneously get back into the game to respond to your threat, the damage output for a lot of decks now these days is high enough where the game is just functionally over. So, like, if, just as an example, you're going up against Rebootmon, like, Rebootmon will deal 4 checks in a single turn. Or bare minimum, on average, 3 checks in a single turn. So it's just like, okay, that means next turn, you're pretty much guaranteed to die. So if you don't have a response to Rebootmon, the second I go into Rebootmon and I start swinging, if you can't respond, you pretty much lose the game on the spot. And that's why, like, something like Rebootmon is, like, really good, but even then, he has, like, his own holes and deficiencies, where he sometimes isn't, like, keeping up with the current pace of the meta, just because of consistency issues and other things. Plus, like, option removal, where now we're getting a whole bunch of dual cards, so Reboot's protection is becoming less and less good. But that's why, Susano is just such a strong card. Where's the good Susano? That's why Susano is such a strong card, is because literally once you get him set up, you're just going to hard slam Susano over and over again, and then that's it. That is your game plan. You are just hard playing Susanomon to respond to the opponent's threats, hoping you have enough Susanomons to close out the game. And because of how TB works, he could attack right away because of the execute ability. And then on top of that, he also has, like with the TB package, the ability to just leave a wide field. Because if you stick a couple of level 5s underneath, you have a couple of Semyojin arrivals set up, then he will just be deleted, and then out comes like 3 or 4 Digimon. So now the opponent's going to have to respond to not only just the board that you made, but the potential of another incoming Susanomon. So yeah, that's kind of just where a lot of like decks are falling off, is because they don't have the ability to recover. Like, they don't have the damage output to close out games fast enough. They don't have the protections needed and afforded to them, and they don't have any recovery type plays. Do I have here? Showdown. I need to update this. Give me a second. Oh, edit. Like, I don't mind playing a little bit of Shine. Shine's, like, okay. He's not great, but he's just okay. What was it? Victory? No. Was not Victory. It wasn't TAC. It wasn't Core, right? No, it was not Core. Versus. Yeah, it was Versus. So, I need to update this. Oh, what did I take out? Oopsies. So, I need to do some updates. Two. Then we're just all in on these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, yep. We don't need this. We don't play bad cards anymore. I mean, it's not a bad card. What does this rise to? While you have a suspended tamer, this Digimon gets piercing when digivolving, when attacking by suspending one of your yellow Digimon. When one of your yellow Digimon or tamers is deleted, place... why is Why is he using that? Wouldn't you rather just use this? Oh, I guess it's like just to spend. I'll try it. Like, I know this is the one that matters the most. I'll try it. I'll trust him. Then he's not running any of this one? Oh, where's the dual shine? There you are. All right. And then yellow egg. Yellow egg. Are you going to use the dual shine? Just one. That's all Sean's list is using, is just one. Hey, easy. We're already off to a great start. Looks like my opponent actually just bricked. This isn't too bad. I guess we can keep it. Oh, crisscross Omnimon? That means we gotta go really, really fast and cut them off with a ruin mode. Because once we start ruin moding them, they shouldn't be able to do their combo. Because they literally wouldn't be able to. He gets both of these, right? Yeah, he gets 2 cards. That's unfortunate. 2-card hit is huge. And then he gets another Searcher right on top. Do I digital gate or do I just try turbo searching? I think I just digital gate in this situation. Yeah, so I didn't take that because I already have a Rise. So the idea on this Rise is because when we Digivolve, we get a Suspended Tamer, which then lets me get a free evolution. So that's kind of the logic on why I think they're running this, is because it's just another way to proactively suspend your Tamers to get free evolutions. So if my opponent was smart, they would not be hitting my security at all throughout the entire game. If they hit my security, that's really risky for them because they could give me Tamers, and then that could really mess things up. Does he get any of these? In its name, so he literally gets none of them. So that's a full whiff. Oh, he gets to add... Who? Oh, or... No, what? Alright, whatever. Alright, cool. Now we should be, for the most part, set. We just need to see one more Marcus, and we're good. So, right now, what are we looking at doing next turn? So, next turn, we pop this, play Marcus for 1, and then Marcus lets us, or because we played Marcus, we get a Digivolve. Then because we Digivolved, we get to suspend the Marcus to Digivolve again for free. So we get 2 free evolutions. And then we're just going to end on a Ruin mode. And then we just try to sit on Ruin mode and floodgate them out of the game. Yeah, so we have to do it this way, which is pretty unfortunate. I would have liked to play Nokia. That's not good. Yeah, so unfortunately now we just chip with Ruin mode. So next turn's probably going to be Digivolve in the back, set up Nokia. And then we could potentially go up into another Ruin mode because we have this Rise. Yeah, so my opponent's not going to be able to do anything for like a turn or two, which is like the whole point on why Ruin mode is so good, is because like he's just creating an oppressive situation that my opponent just can't play out of. So, like, if they move their Digimon out of raising, their Digimon just auto-dies. So, their best play is to Digivolve twice in raising, which is exactly what would not be good for them. Either that, or just set up more back row, so play more, like, memory boosts and whatnot. But, like, as of right now, Ruin mode is stopping my opponent from potentially comboing off this turn if they had it. And that's the power of Ruin mode, is, like, he just is an extremely obnoxious card because he tells the opponent, no, you can't reasonably play the game the way that you think you want to. Yep. So right now, Garurumon still isn't strong enough to play around the Ruin mode. So if he wants to use his Digimon in raising, he's going to have to Digivolve it again. Otherwise, he's going to be locked out of doing it. And then as of right now, he's locked out of hard playing low-level Digimon because of Ruin Mode as well. So yeah, it forces my opponent to potentially play suboptimal playlines. So, because they're going to get into a Mega next turn, we're going to want to do this. Swing. Die. -5. Play you. You will play out... reveal the top 3, reveal the top 4. Add a Light Claw and Light Fang or 2 color. Okay, so we probably would want to play this out. And then we're going to grab you, and we're going to grab you. And then this would allow our Marcus to attack. Draw a card, and then if I wanted to, I could Digivolve. Do I want to Digivolve? Probably. Because if he ends on a Mega, then I could just Warp. Okay, good. Good. Not punished at all. So now my opponent's under a Ruin Mode again, so they can't play low-level Digimon. So unlucky for me, that was a Greymon, so they could assemble, which gets around Ruin Mode. So I needed to minus 10k. And instead, I only got them minus 5k. So see how their number just went down immediately? So if they were to try to play a level 4 or lower Digimon, it would die immediately and they won't be able to do what they want to. But this is where assembly comes in handy, and why Susanomon is so good is because, like, there's just ways to get around a Shine Greymon Ruin Mode at this stage of the game. But, like, a lot of decks still just can't necessarily deal with that, so they just get chunked by it. And, like, you're just basically praying that they don't have the ability to play around Ruin Mode. That's essentially the RNG of what you're trying to do by doing Turbo Ruin Mode with Shine Greymon. Yeah, so now they have enough memory for their assemble play, and then they could make their play line anyway. Oh, see? See, it's that exact situation. That's the exact situation that would fuck them up. Is they just, their Digimon instant dies, they don't get any on plays or anything. So, that was just literally wasted memory on my opponent's part. So, they were thinking they were going to Digivolve up. So he could get rid of my Digimon. Yeah. Now they have to hard... Oh, right. It doesn't have assemble. How's the stream been going? Pretty terrible. I haven't had very good viewership all day. But outside of that, built the majority of the, like, revamped a lot of the Appmon decks. I have 2 left to do, but I revamped a lot of the more commonly played ones. Yeah, see? My opponent played very suboptimally there because they got fucked by Ruin Mode a little bit. So now my opponent has a Mega level Digimon for me to take advantage of. Yeah, so now I could just, like, Digivolve straight up into Shine. because they have a high-level Digimon. And then I could go Shine to play out another Marcus, and then use the Marcus to ruin mode them or whatever. Like, I had opportunities because I also had this. So I could Digivolve this up using this Geo. And then from there, I could Digivolve into Rise to be able to get a free Evo. So, like, I had so many different ways to be able to, like, take advantage of the current situation because my opponent got chunked by Ruin Mode because it messed up their combo. And that's the power of Ruin Mode. Is, like, if you don't know how to play against it, he could just randomly just win. Or not really randomly just win. I mean, I guess it is random because of the matchups. But, like, it could be very difficult for certain decks to play around. God, I hate these cards so much. Yeah, probably will have to use this. Yeah, so a lot of the Time Stranger decks get around Ruin Mode because they just hard slam their level 6s, and then Ruin Mode just doesn't matter. So, like, this is probably a bad matchup because of what my opponent's deck does. Okay, that was actually a really big hit for me. Alliance. I know 14k is going to be big enough. Play a Marcus. Oh, I got punished. Oh, I guess I didn't get punished. And now we swing. Now we Digivolve into the Ruin Mode. That instant dies. We get a recover. So now my opponent's low-level Digimon don't matter, but it doesn't matter because they're just going to hard play big-level Digimon instead. But that's okay, because if my stack gets outed, I'm set up to where I should just be able to use a rise to potentially get back into the game. So now you're kind of seeing like the true dynamics of where the card game is at right now, because they have to respond to this threat. If they don't respond to this threat, I have enough damage to win the game next turn. Because I have one coming from here, one coming from here, and then end of turn attack, disregarding anything that is actually in my hand. And they can't play cards like Coronamon, because that will just instantly die, and they can't try to... And I'm limiting their search. So this de-digivolves my Digimon, which is unfortunate. Is it by 1 or by 2? Just by 1? That's fine. Oh, it is by 2. So now his link effects will kill my Digimon. Yep. And then out comes the Marcus that I knew was going to be there. And then he gets to use an option and make another attack. Oh, well, I mean, I guess that works. So now I have a couple of different options I could take. I think the easiest one is just to hard play this in response and just go back into a Shine and try to deal with his Digimon and deal as much damage as possible. So we Shine, we do it on this Marcus, because we need to keep this one around. We make a security attack. We Digivolve. We get to play a Marcus. And now we Alliance, because we don't care. He gets to play out a Digimon, which is slightly unfortunate. So it better have blocker. Oh, nope, I got... Okay, it doesn't have blocker, so we just win the game here. Yep. Yeah, so that's a prime example of the back and forth. It's just like, my opponent outed my stack, and then I had to out his stack, and then he had to then out my stack, or just die due to the damage because of just, like, rush and then attack bullshit. So that was, like, prime example of, like, the pacing of current Digimon. And if decks aren't able to at least bare minimum achieve that, then they're going to be struggling even harder to keep up with the pace of the game. And that's where, like, protections comes in, is because you need to try to make your Digimon as hard to deal with as possible, especially if you don't have good recovery plays. If you have good recovery plays, then it kind of just doesn't really matter. Which is why it's just like, oh, my Digimon just naturally comes with an on-delete effect. That's perfectly fine for me. Oh, Ukomon. I hate Ukomon. I think we're just going to have to choke, and I'm going to have to Digital Gate open next turn. The problem with removal in Digimon is that if it doesn't invalidate your opponent, it's worthless. Yeah. It really sucks knowing that they're gonna get a second search. I hate this. Do we take the Sparagu? No. But we have a Ruin mode, so we should be okay, but I know this deck, really freaking loves to hard play high-level Digimon anyway, so Ruin mode's gonna be a little bit less impactful. It just sucks getting 2 searches off of my opponent because I can't deal with a Ukomon. Really, really hurts. Bitch, you think that matters? What kind of deck do you think I am? Alright, now we just Ruin mode here. So we have to play out this Marcus. They get to take 1 memory away from us, but, like, that fucking matters. Oh, this sticks around, doesn't it? Kind of annoying. Because I'm gonna Digivolve anyway. I don't have good plays. The only play I have is, like, Agumon to pass turn. But I kind of want to save Agumon, so maybe it's just set up another Marcus. And then this swings. It won't delete this, unfortunately. So this gets to stick around because it's just barely big enough, which is kind of obnoxious. So this should limit a little bit of my opponent's actions. So this can... So if he moves out, he could save instantly to gain the 1 memory right away. Yep. And then he gets his on-deletes. Yeah, and then he's gonna be forced to hard play this. You're gonna place 1 Digimon when any of your opponent's Digimon or Tamers Digivolves by effects. By trashing any 2 Digimon, trash the top of your opponent's security. Yeah, so I need to see my level 5, like, ASAP. Because my level 5s is how I get back into this. Oh, I have one. I need to see more of him. Correction. So I could easily get rid of this. Yeah. Marcus. Delete both of his Digimon. He gets to gain 1 memory. But this shouldn't matter because I should just be attacking for game here. Because this will do 2 checks, and then this Marcus will give one of them rush, and then I swing for game. Yep. See, there you go. See, my opponent hard played a Digimon, I hard played a Digimon. We're just starting to hard play high-level Digimon. That is, you build 1 stack, and then you just start hard slamming high-level Digimon. That's the nature of the game. I hope Angry Flip Girl, if you're still in here, this is like helping you. On like understanding why Ruin Mode is pretty good and like how to play this deck a little bit. So, no, we'll just, we'll training. Seeing 1 Marcus go breaks my heart. Yeah, literally, the power of the deck is coming from, Marcus and Agumon. That's where all of the power is coming from. If Marcus and Agumon didn't exist as a card the way it does, the deck would not nearly be as good. Oh, I already have one on my field. Ha, funny. So all I need is a level 5 at this point. So my opponent can move out and start doing some damage and hope that I don't have a response. So they get to gain a fuck ton of memory here. Yeah, so now it's up to me to have a response, and then I have to hope that they don't have a response. Oh, I needed that. Um... It's so risky. No, I think I just have to Digivolve in the back. I just need to, like, wait one more turn, because right now his damage output's really low. Which is, like, the only downside to Gallantmon, is, like, his DPS, while he's got better recovery plays, his damage output is significantly worse. Oh, he forgot to gain the memory first. Yeah, so I need to see my level 5 and a rune mode. Oh. Alright, well. There's a level 5. So now we just need to try to draw into a rune mode. Shit, I don't have the tamer set up. Alright. I flubbed that so hard. I should have set up a tamer last turn. I didn't realize I didn't have a tamer set up. Yeah, last turn, instead of Digivolving, I should have set up a tamer, so that way I could have popped the training so I could use the other training potentially. So that was complete and utter mental breakdown on my part. As far as a absolute failure of execution. Probably gonna take the Andromon. So now I just need to see my level 6 and we're good to go. I don't think Machinedramon, this iteration of Machinedramon, has anything that could stop DP reductions, right? I don't think so. That's Memsetter 2. Fuck my life. Yeah, now we're moving too slow. I mean, I guess, like, the more my opponent invests, the bigger the blowout could be. If they're not able to do anything, like, reasonably strong. I hate this. Yeah, I need... At least, like, these are helping filter through my deck faster. Did YouTube block your comment about hard playing level 6s? I don't think so. Why? Do you not see it? I mean, I may be biased, Galacti player, but you don't mind hard slamming the game design, hard slamming game design? Is that the comment? Or is there a different comment? I just might not have read it. Well, I'm gonna have to, like, YOLO draw into it. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we just didn't see it. And I couldn't sit there and do nothing for a couple more turns, otherwise I legitimately was going to just straight up die. Like, and that's the point where you have to, like, realize, okay, I'm just moving too slow. This is not working out. Like, I'm just straight up bricked. Which does happen. Games like that do exist, where it doesn't really matter what you did or how hard you tried. You just were bricked and you can't play the game. Alright, cool. So we have our reactive play set up for if my opponent's too aggressive or greedy. Yeah, I think I just need more Shine Greymons, to be honest. That's the only change I would make. Yeah, this is... Now we're getting into dangerous territory. Okay, so they are moving out, which means they're ready to do their combo turn this turn. That's what that signalizes. Otherwise, I am just going to be going up into Rune mode and hoping that's good enough. Yeah, so, like, this is kind of where I feel like Shine's kind of faltering, is it very much feels like there's a speed and consistency factor that's, like, slightly lacking compared to a lot of modern decks. Like, it still is kind of there if you high roll, but, like, it also isn't at the same time. It's weird. Does my opponent kill me here? Or maybe they don't have their 2 red binds. Well, there's 1 red bind. So, maybe I do just die here. And then he gets to attack here, and then Beal X, and then that's game, right? Yeah, and this has counter, so I won't be able to do what I want. So we Digivolve, suspend, Digivolve. Ruin mode. So my opponent's got a lot of memory to work with, which is not good for me. But hopefully they can't make any meaningful plays. That's kind of what I'm banking on, is like maybe they just don't have... I mean, they could hard play... They could hard play the Lady Devi. And then do something. Yeah, so like right now I just have a very clear severe lack of damage. Like it's borderline painfully obvious. Do I have a tamer in my trash? I do. Alright, and now we ruin mode again. Because who doesn't love back-to-back repeated turns of ruin mode? And ideally, that should take a lot of the wind from my opponent. They could still use the Black Auto and move out, which is unfortunate. So I think maybe I do just die here because I couldn't stop Black Auto because it has 6k DP. But yeah, I was just lacking damage. So like even me hard playing Digimon, to be able to get back into the game, I was just lacking damage still. So it's a very clear DPS issue. I mean, I guess so the silly thing is they would be at 0 security if I used this Rise Greymon instead of this Rise Greymon. So it's really not that big of a difference. I wouldn't have been able to win the game anyway. And if they have the rest of their combo, they just basically win the game for free here. So this is kind of like one of those situations where it's just like, yeah, rune mode's great, but he literally didn't do anything. So like, I still think having like one of this is really good. Need another level 6, so maybe I put in another one of this. And then what do I take out? Ratios are already super skimpy. Probably a Nokia. Nokia being our recovery play is like cute and all, but so far like it's just too hard to get out. And like what? I'm going to like I'm relying on this Greymon to play this out. But like I would also just at the same time rather play out my Marcuses. Like it just feels too clunky. So I think that probably would be what I would do, just to try to fix the DPS issue. But like also the problem is most of the time I'm passing turn on my level 6, so I'm not actually able to use my level 6. So like there's just like some small clear issues that is not helping Shine. That's a bit harsh of the first one of the game was effect, yeah. Alright, so we could chip with this and then maybe set up combo, depending on what they do. -3? Okay, I guess we can't chip with it. So right now we're in a position where we're taking, what, 2 turns off? Thank you, Empire, for the $5 dono. Was the treadmill training search, a regular physical training can't? Or is it because of the security? It's because of the security effect. That's literally why the split is the way it is. It's because it's the security effect, and there's a high chance that you're most likely going to be able to use both because you'll pop one before the other. Draw a card. Then we Digivolve. Into you. Play a Marcus. We'll play you out. We'll just delete this to prevent, like, an ace. See, this is just how the normal flow is supposed to go. Alright. And then die. Yeah, the using the other trainings is literally just because of the security effect. I mean, my opponent loses because I'm able to just turn this Marcus on. Like, hello? Yeah, so, I think I'm good on Shine Greymon Ruin mode. I guess let's go back and finish the last 2 app decks. So, we have Aranosmon and Poseidon. So, we're gonna grab all of these. We're obviously not playing that. I don't know if we're playing this egg or if we're playing a different one. We'll figure that one out later when we cross that bridge. Oh yeah. We need You and you. All right. So let's zoom out a little bit. Level sort. So we have our 3 level 3s. And we have our 4 level 4s, 2 level 5s. Yep, okay. So we're good here. Actually, let me run to the restroom for like 2 seconds, and then I'll be right back with Aranos. And then we could end on Poseidon in terms of Appmon deck building. All right. You didn't see Hades? Hades is on my Discord. If you want to take a look at it. Hey, Zephyr. We are just doing, so I think the only thing I need is Dante, right? Where's Dante? All right, cool. So we have pretty much our core here. So now we just need to figure out what the heck the deck is wanting to do and how is it winning. So working backwards, obviously when digivolving, when attacking, we get to play a level 4 or lower for free. And then we get to Alliance. Yeah, we get to play a level 4 or lower app card from our hand for free. So Aranos, when we digivolve into it, he's going to do 2 checks because of Alliance. And then when any of your Digimon are played, we get a link from this Digimon's Digivolution source. So this just has how we're linking. So right now, do we have any way to unsuspend? We get a link a level 4. When this Digimon gets linked, we get to play one. That doesn't matter. We want unsuspends. When this Digimon would leave the battle area, play a link card without paying the cost. That doesn't matter. Scapegoat's the protection. Minus 4,000 DP. Play a level 3. Play a level 3. Delete a Digimon. Suspend. De-Digivolve. When this Digimon gets linked, your opponent's effects can't return one of their Digimon. So I know mostly we need to focus on Mediamon. So Muse and Wreck. Yeah, so Muse and Wreck. So that means these are, what's this one? Media and Dream. So that means these are the lessers. So we could start by reducing these. How do you feel about Teller and Aranos? There's a lot of good stuff for Aranos. So what does Teller do? When this Digimon gets linked, reveal the top 3 cards, add an entertainment or open. Entertainment, open, or 7 code. So this is just looking for entertainments. So entertainment. The problem is it can't grab the god. It's like okay. It's not great, but it's not like terrible. I don't think like we need it. It's just another search, but we're already playing a deck with Reclamon. So like I would rather just discard a card, draw 2, than to use the Aranos to be able to do the thingy that it needs to be doing. Because the idea with Aranos is like you're going to be playing out Dream and then use Aranos' ability because you played out a Digimon to then link the Dream into something to be able to give Aranos the protection. So that's like kind of the idea of like what Aranos is doing. Theoretically, like if anything, I think like maybe a Raidramon would be really good. But this can't give the security tech plus. That's unfortunate. Because this is what? System or life? Tool and entertainment? Yeah, so we can't even use, one of the better cards because it doesn't give our Digimon security tech plus, which is unfortunate. Craft is actually a really good card for the deck, to be honest. Like, maybe I would just rather take these out and play like 3 Craft or something. Because Craft is just insane. Unless there's Unsuspend. What does this do? When Digivolving, we get a link a level 4 lower Digimon from our hand to this Digivolution, so blah blah blah. When this Digimon gets linked, unsuspend, and then its link ability is Security Tech Plus. Do we have a way to easily use the link? Probably not, without jumping through some hoops. So, I think Aranos is still just the worst Appmon deck, just because his protection isn't there, and his damage isn't there. Security. So is there anything else that gives security tech plus outside of Ojimon and Raidramon? And Reboot outside of himself? Because the big thing is, yeah, I think this is basically just a lost cause. Because we could Aranosmon, do 2 damage, play out a Digimon, Digivolve into Dantemon and do 1 more point of damage. He reboots. And then we just have to, like, hope that whatever our inheritables are doing, or, like, our links are doing is really good. So maybe Craft isn't the answer. So we need to look at level 4s and what's, like, honestly the best utility. What does this card do? This Digimon can't be deleted in battle. It's not terrible to just use as a generic link. Because we want to end in a as oppressive board state as we can. System or Navi, life or system, stuff we're not playing in. That's on deletes. That's when linking. Delete one. Yeah, that doesn't matter. What's its on play? Until the opponent's turn, it's not affecting our Digimon. That's unfortunate. Would have been nice to use. On play, on delete. On play when Digivolve. Can't attack a player. That's not, like, terrible, but they could easily bypass that. That doesn't matter. Yeah, maybe we just do, like, a Gossip. Like, we'll tech in the one Gossip, and then I think it's still, like, just 2 Craft. Craft is still just one of the better ones we have. Yeah, like, a lot of these level 4 effects aren't really doing that much. Which is pretty unfortunate. By trashing one, we get a D-Digivolve. Or D-Digivolve effects. But we have to trash one, which is the problem. We don't have a good way of grabbing it back. So that's probably not within our parameters. Yeah, we just can't really do a whole lot here. So this is basically locked in. I think this is kind of just locked in. This seems like it's a pretty solid level 4 lineup. Our level 5 lineup is locked in. So it's really just like what utility cards are we running? I think, like, because of the way that... Because Aranos is just so bad. No, we probably... Yeah, we would swing with Aranos and then just end the turn by Digivolving into Dantemon. That's, like, the best thing that we can do. So, we need to maximize our consistency. So we probably run maybe like 2 of this. Do we have a way to play our Tamer out for free? Yeah, he plays it out when it gets linked. Just minus 2k. Minus 2k is kind of just weak. Yeah, so we probably would either play... This is a deck that would really want Itsuki and Kazuki. So, like, this is a deck where we would want this Tamer, to be honest. Just because we're not cheesing any of our links for the most part. And this is, like, the only way to cheese our links. So, what's the other... So the question is, would we want, this is social tool or game? Yeah, that doesn't work with us. Okay. So we kind of are just forced to run this swipe for card draw. Honestly, maybe we just take this out and we just, like, run 4 of the promo. Like, maybe we just don't need the old one, and we just run the promo, because at least the promo is going to try searching us cards, and then we have our Itsuki and Kazuki to be able to try to make our links a little bit cheaper, so that way we could actually evolve efficiently. Or, like, app fuse semi-efficiently. So I think this card might be more important than... No, Haru is still just important because we need that ability. And that's partially the other reason why the Tamer works, is because of the... Not because of the minus 2k, but it's because of the ability to just immediately app fuse. So, like, if we're stuck at 3 memory... Well, I guess if we have Itsuki and Kazuki, it just doesn't matter. Like, if we have both Haru and Itsuki and Kazuki out, we're probably golden. Because off of this, we would, what? Link for 1. Evo. Use this. Link for 0. Evo. Link for 3. Do our thing. So we linked for a total of 4 memory to get all the way up into Aranosmon. That's not, like, terrible. Do we have something better than Cyber Engage for this? I feel like Cyber Engage is really good, but I also feel like we just need to link more efficiently. So we probably would go to Cyber Engage, and then... maybe 2 Big Bang Punches. Because Big Bang Punch is one of the things that we could use to link the most efficiently. Well, I guess, like, because of Big Bang Punch, like, if we're thinking about running Big Bang Punch, we might as well just run Muse of the Heart instead, because it's on brand with what we're doing. And then we could technically use Cyber Engage to set up a Music of the Heart. So, the big question is, do we still want to run 4 of this? We're only running 4 because I think we feel like we need to, but I think the answer is we run less of that. It's so hard. Because we need the consistency. So I don't think we could not run Haru. Because the only other thing we could do is, like, run Tanjiro. Or not Tanjiro. Asuka, we could run him instead. Torajiro. There we go. Yeah, it's just that this is just very clearly, like, leagues behind the rest of the app decks. Very clearly leagues behind. I think, like, this is probably... maybe because we play out a lot of stuff. Well, so Cyber Engage also can help play out the Tamers, which is, like, the biggest draw for Cyber Engage. So maybe because our deck is just that bad, we just lower... no, because we need the Dante. The whole point is to Aranos and then Dante. And then hope that Dante, with a wide field of Digimon and Scapegoat and other things, like, that should be good enough, in quotation marks. Hope. Yeah, because we get Dante's when attacking, which would allow us to play an additional level 3. This is our Searcher, Tamer Setter, additional Searcher, so, like, this feels pretty clean. Yeah, we kind of, like, we're... so, it's either Itsuki or we just play more musics. I think maybe the answer is just more musics. I think we need at least one of it. I think it still just feels too good. No. I think I'm just going to go back to what I was doing. Yeah. I think this is probably as good as Oranos is going to be, and it's, like, nowhere near good. So, we'll just, we'll put a kibosh on this. Not try to waste too much more time on it. And, like, this is probably the best it's going to get. It just very clearly is lacking on basically everything. Like, this is very easily the worst app deck. I think Deusmon might actually be the second worst. Like, if we're thinking that Dante is recontextualizing... So, like, if we're thinking that Dantemon is going to recontextualize a lot of app decks to be more OTK focused, I think Deusmon's probably the second worst. Yeah, I think Deusmon's literally the second worst. Like, it just feels like it wants to be a control deck, but it's not very good at it because it just doesn't have good tools to control the opponent. Yeah, it's still very clearly Reboot is the best. Like, Reboot is just the de facto best. I think Hades, Gaia, and Hades, Gaia, and Poseidon are probably all tied in that next tier bracket type thing. All right, so let's actually look at Poseidon. I know Poseidon, what was kind of holding him back is he just has, like, a lot of inefficient tools. Oh, we don't want stacks. All right. So let's go level soar and make it so you could see. So our rookies are, I think this is just another deck that's going to end up using Swipe. What is this? Is this just specifically for 7 code? Yeah, this is just specifically for 7 code. Unfortunate. All right, so we have our Swipe. We have our trio that's basically locked in. This is obviously not super great. So what does Poseidon do? So when attacking, when digivolving, not once per turn, we get to link a Digimon from our hand or this Digimon's Digivolution source without paying the cost. When this card gets linked by unsuspending it, other than the highest play cost Digimon, none of your opponent's Digimon can suspend. That's pretty good. Unsuspending it. So this is what's allowing us to win because we have Security Attack Plus, right? So we Security Attack Plus, we swing, use his ability, link, unsuspend. Oh, we need one more, we need to get to 4. No, yeah, so, and then we swing, and then we just Digivolve into Dantemon, and then it's just easy peasy breezy cover girl from there, right? Yeah, so we swing, unsuspend, swing, that's 4 checks right there, then Digivolve into Dantemon, and then Dantemon swing for game. Roleplay in, Roleplay's probably a really good card. Roleplay's a game? It is indeed a game. I probably would play Roleplay over, like, Muscle. So, like, you could probably drop, like, a Muscle down to 2 and run, like, 2 Roleplays or something. And then what's our off cards? So this uses Dosuko in Coach, so that means this goes and this goes. Are these cards even good enough? This Digimon gains, so this is definitely not good enough to run. which means this probably is not good enough to run. So we need to find, like, again, generic level 4s, which, again, it's probably just the combination of Gossip and Craft. Then we probably would want Cyber Engage. Is this a deck that wants this card as well? Maybe. Probably. So between these two Tamers, is that exactly what we would want? This searches for games? Yeah. So game or invincible? Yeah, this is unfortunately a tool, so it's not searchable. This is a social. This also finds Appmons, right? Yeah, it finds an Appmon, so we just take this as the Appmon. Because I honestly don't think there's better level 4s than these. I really don't. For, like, generic use purposes, it just doesn't feel like there's anything better. Roleplay is a very aggressively starting card. What is our egg? Hold on. What is the designed egg for the deck? When attacking, we get a draw card? Is that better than swipe? I mean, with roleplay, we basically discard 1, draw 3. That's kind of nuts. And then when we link, we get progress. So, like, the two abilities we would want is probably going to be progress and security attack +1. Yeah, so our first link would be security attack +1. And then we would figure out a way to get progress underneath. Roleplay is kind of nuts. Like, the unfortunate thing is, like, are we pigeonholed into Musclemon? Because, like, the big thing is, we're trying to combo off. So, like, I don't necessarily know how important roleplay is, but roleplay definitely seems like it's a good card. Like, progress and piercing are very strong abilities. I'm more so looking at the progress part. Yeah, I think we just keep 2 and 2 on these. Because we would want progress for basically the battle immunity once we're going for game. The Aerie promo's not good. I gotta look at what she does. I forgot to throw her in. So, reveal the top 3, add 1 game, invincible, life, or entertainment. What the heck? That's a lot of traits. I think she's like a good 2 of. Yeah, we're like kind of torn between. I think this is a deck that doesn't really need Cyber Engage. I mean, Cyber Engage, again, is good for playing out Tamers. So I don't hate Cyber Engage. I don't. I feel like this deck does want Big Bang Punch, though. Like, this deck more specifically feels like it really wants Big Bang Punch. I guess the big question is, do we want Itsuki and Kazuki? That's the big question. Would we rather have more copies of Big Bang Punch over the Tamer? I don't know. That's very difficult. I think, like, we could probably reduce this area by 1. Because between these 2 additions, we should be more tempo efficient. So maybe that's the space where we could squeeze in another Big Bang Punch. Yeah, the only unfortunate thing about Aerie is she can't find our Gossip or our Craft. So maybe we just have to run something else. So she hits Game Invincible, Life, or Entertainment. Is he Life? He's the Invincible. So we need to look at level 4 Life and level 4 Entertainment. So we got Medic. That's not doing anything. This is Life, but she's really bad. Like, we legitimately don't need this at all. Your opponent's Digimon can't attack players. We're trying to OTK. There's maybe an argument for Doc, but not really. Medic technically is a 7 code card, so it does work with a little bit of the 7 code synergy we have. It's got barrier, so we could be aggressive with it. It's when Digivolving lets us link. I just wish we knew what these cards were. Aid, Supply, and Spa. So that means we're definitely going to be getting some more app support for Dantaemon in the future. Life or System. So we're not running a lot of life cards, right? So it could get us a coach. Yeah, we're probably not running Medic. So Aries searches what else? Entertainment. So I know she's supposed to work with Effectmon, right? No. She's supposed to work with this card. But this card's just really bad. So I think, yeah, I think we just run only 2 of this Aerie. And because we're mostly just looking for this effect. More so than this. Like, this is just some additional searching to try to find some of our combo pieces, which is fine. But that's like fulfilling the same type of role as Cyber Engage. So I guess the big thing is, would I rather have Cyber Engage or would I rather have Aerie? That's like the conundrum that we're kind of hitting. But no, so the whole idea is we're just going to Poseidonmon. Poseidonmon is going to swing. We're going to link Ojimon, do 2 checks. After link, unsuspend, swing. And then we get a link roleplay. Or either that or we Big Bang Punch roleplay or something. Do 2 more checks. And then ideally Dantaemon would be able to, if we lined everything up correctly, Dantaemon 4 game. Maybe I'm running like too many Dantaemons in these decks, but I feel like because Dantaemon's like slightly harder of a card to search out because of like these types of cards are just completely and utterly whiffing on him. That's the part that feels like really, really bad. Yeah, so I think like that's why I would rather run less of this searcher type and more of this. So honestly, maybe I would just want to run like another Cyber Engage and then maybe another Itsuki and Kazuki. Either that or another or a 4th Aerie. I don't know. It's really hard. That's the conundrum. But yeah, I mean, as long as you just, like, I think, like, literally the rest of the abilities don't feel like they matter as long as you just, like, see your thing. So that means we're most likely... Yeah, we're most likely only attacking when we're in our high stage Digimon, right? Because we're not, like, forced to make an attack, right? Theoretically, I could run, like, Vortex and do, like, Dantemon Vortex because we do have an Unsuspend with Poseidamon. But, like, he already attacks without suspending. So, like, it doesn't matter if we have Vortex. We just need to do 4 checks and that's it. So, like, whatever way we could do 4 checks, it's the best what we got. So we're not really attacking. So I do think, like, this Swipemon's arguably the best of the eggs. What are the other eggs doing? Just out of curiosity. Just trying to remind myself. This is completely and utterly useless. This is just for social tool and game. Ooh, okay, okay. So, chat, do we run this Tapmon over the Swipe? Just to try to reduce the cost of our links? Or does that not matter? Because that's really good, because this works with game. Which, a lot of our stuff are games, right? Game. She's life. Game. Yeah. So there's an argument to maybe running a Tapmon. Loggy's level 4 is a level 4 game. I don't think it is. I'll put this in. He's social. So, what egg is better? So we have 3 eggs this deck can use, technically. So, we're kind of just torn between Flick, Tap, or Swipe. So I guess, like, what's the combo line? If we have full combo line, Tap is significantly better. If we don't have full combo line, Swipe is better. If we focus on roleplay, Flick is better. I think Flick is only good if we just, like, max roleplay. Flick and roleplay just seems really good of a combo. No, but I think it's either Swipe or Tap. You don't think it matters as far as the egg? I guess it would just come down to testing. Like, this is just memory conservation, which is really good, and this is one of the few decks that this can be ran in. It's just, I guess the big question is, how consistent is the rest of the deck? And I don't think... I don't know. Maybe this is a 5-egger. Like, we just focus on tap for memory efficiency. Because we're just, like, looking for our combo. So maybe the draw off of the egg doesn't matter as much. And the only time it's gonna matter is, like, if we have roleplay or something. Or, like, we just need to push out Digivolve and then link with Craft or something. I don't know. I think maybe that's kind of where, like, the security rookie comes into play. Is just like, okay, the opponent just chips our security. Oh, out comes a muscle. Now we could, like, not invest and not need this type of a card. I don't know. I think maybe this is like, this is for tap. Because what is this? This is entertainment. This is a life. I guess, like, the big thing is where's our games? So, Coach is a game. So, we would really just be using it on Coach. Like, the egg is specifically just for Coachmon. And then Kitsuki, Itsuki and Kazuki would be saved for Beautymon. I don't think that's, like, bad. I would try it like this. I probably would try it with the memory conservation. And see, like, if the memory conservation doesn't matter, or is, like, too clunky, then I would swap to the draw egg. But there does seem to be an argument for either. All right, let's save this out, and then let's go back to playing some games. Now that we are done updating, now that we're done updating all of the up decks. Yeah, because we have Reboot, Gaia, Deus, Hades, Oranos, and Poseidon. Those are all of them, right? All that we have. And then we have Dante. Is there any fun tournament, like, winning decks that we could, take a peek? Or is this meta basically just solved and we're just bored out of our minds for the last bit? Trash. Oh, this is an SW specifically. Fuck. What do you do? That's reducing Digivolution cost. Reduce Digivolution cost. Let's reveal the top 3. This is reveal, I guess level 3. Level 3. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, those are the 6 that we have. None of these can digivolve off purple, right? Yeah, because Susano's asking for 8 hybrids with different names. This one can digivolve off purple. Do we just run Ukomon then? As, like, our other rookie? Oh, but we have to choose between Execute or end of turn make an attack, right? Is that the choice that we're choosing between? So this doesn't make any sense to run in hybrids if that's the case, because I would rather just have security attack plus. Either that or I just am not executing. And I'm just like hard slamming this and then do its effect and then use the end of turn attack swing with something else. But I feel like then you're kind of just like losing the point of it. I don't think this is a hybrid card, chat. Like, I'm just trying to like think in my brain, like, why would we play this card in hybrid if we're fighting for end of turn attacks? Right? Alright, let's look at Sydney. Was there anything fun in Sydney? Metal Empire. I'm not touching Metal Empire 5. Oh, this is Galacti. I'm really bad at Galacti. 13th place, Fun Beamon. Do we annoy the ever-living shit out of our opponents? Doesn't this deck just, like, die to Susano, though? I mean, I guess, like, that's where Vortex comes in, but then, like, you're losing your Queen Bee value, and you'll just never be able to establish Queen Bee. Jupiter, Venmon, Omnimon. I think EX12 Susano is only good in yellow hybrids that builds into Magna Garurumon with the Protection Tamer. You're probably right. This just feels like you would just have to Digivolve into it. And, like, it's just a Hail Mary hard play type thing. I don't think this is a hybrid card, though. I was trying to see if there's, like, anything fun to do in the meta. It doesn't look like it. Bum. Alright, we'll just play Old Reliable. I've been talking too much about apps, I just wanted to play apps. It's just a shame that, like, almost all of them are not good outside of Reboot. Reboot's just too insane. I feel like there is going to be more app support, though. It's going to be interesting to see what the app support actually is. Well, that was a little unfortunate. Oh, but we're up against this, so I think we're fine. Looks like they bricked. Whoa! Whoa! Blue Flare. Who said that they could play Blue Flare? Alright, now next turn we just swing, go into reboot mod, and the game should basically be over. Oh, they got a tamer! They finally did it, chat. Look at them. They got him. Yeah, this is one of those where it's very clear that we just go into reboot and then we just win the game because they can't hit over reboot and they can't stun. And we don't need to actively play any additional Digimon to fall for blue flare like shenanigans. So you'll just see that this is just an easy game. Oh, a Venus. Daring. Is this a mem setter? It is not. I guess we just do from our trash. It doesn't particularly matter at this stage. We'll draw a card. Oh shit! I wasn't supposed to unsuspend. Fuck. Shit. Now I'm vulnerable. Damn it. I fucked up. Well, I mean, ideally, our opponent won't have the ability to do anything. Can't believe I fucked that up. We should not be able to be stunned, right? Yeah, that attack should never have even gone through. If we lose because I fucked that up. Oh, I think we're just done. So they need to find 2 magic damage. But now our Digimon could be stunned. Okay, we made it through, chat. Oh, man, we made it through. I can't believe I royally fucked that one up so bad. That was so bad. We will link from our hand. Almost fucked that up. Um... there's no harm on leaving this thing alone, right? Yeah, we just leave this thing alone. When the opponent gains blocker, yeah, we just leave it alone. There. Oh man, we almost fucked that one up. The sad thing is, I wouldn't have even taken the damage if I just left my Digimon suspended and did it correctly. Like, that just goes to show you, like, one small fuck up and you could just, like, eat a lot of damage. Alright, we have a full line, so we're good. We don't care about anything else, because most of the time, against a lot of not meta decks, we just ignore them. Yep, we just ignore literally whatever my opponent's doing. It doesn't even matter. They will not be able to interact or engage with our Reboot Mon in a meaningful way. Oh, a hard pass. I guess depending on what I find here. Oh, I like all of these though. Is it worth the search? Probably not. In the future, probably would be. Just to be able to do more. Actually, no, fuck it. I Digivolve for free. What am I worried about? I need the extra search. Yeah, so I move out. I link for free. I link for free. Or, no, I guess I link for 1. No, I link for free, right? No, I link for 1. Hard play a Marine Bull. Chat, we got some wild plays today. No talk. Don't mind if I do. Take that. From here. Yeah, now we just go full combo. Um... from hand. From Digivolution sources. Piercing immunity. Bottom deck. Get out of here. Yeah. And then my opponent basically loses the game here? Oh, unfortunate. Gave him a tamer. So, off of an empty field, my opponent's got nothing outside of one tamer and one memory. I don't think there's anything they can do. I'm Digimon immune. There's no Susanomon that exists. I can hit 2 times with them at 1 security. Yeah. All right. Yep. Yep. So, I'm debating what I should be doing for dinner, chat. Should I do salad or should I actually try making something? I got a couple of options. Oh, it's literally the same opponent. I don't really have anything thawed. I'm thawing out some meatballs to do, like, some Swedish meatball thing. I mean, I could just easily go into a reboot, but I want to find my cards. Hey. Alright, cool. We found our cards. Turkey Swedish meatballs with cauliflower mash. Instead of the mash, I probably would do cauliflower rice. Because it's already close enough to being mash. But I need to get the ingredients for this. I also only have 1 pound of turkey instead of 1.5 according to the recipe. Sour cream and Parmesan cheese, that's basically it. I think we have sour cream. Oh, and butter. Oh, I also don't have the onion. I also don't have the milk. Yeah, okay. Maybe that's not gonna work out. I mean, I have meatballs, chat. That's about it. So my choices is either I come up with something with meatballs or I do salad. Look at my opponent. They think their plays matter. Yeah, I'll just discard you. Darn, didn't get the tamer. Now I get the tamer, of course. Do I link from my hand? Yes. Oh shit, I fucked it up again. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to win this turn though. But that's fine. Do I play this? I think I just play the tamer. I don't care how much memory I give them. Yeah, I wasn't gonna be able to win this turn, but I definitely fucked that up. Should have dealt way more damage. I'm rusty. Yeah, I think Dantemon's just gonna be a card to throw into reboot. It very much feels like it's just gonna replace this. Like, it's just an in-arc type thing that's just easier to use. Kind of glad I didn't spend the money on the extra Monarchlism on Final Judgments. Kind of sad that because of Dantemon, the Tweetmon and whatnot I bought was gonna be irrelevant. Well, I guess I should just, like, fight for my refund now. Because I haven't gotten the cards yet, and it's been, like, a month. Is a month long enough of a wait, chat? To ask for a refund on TCG player orders? I think it is. Because I ordered some cards, like, a month ago when I was going to play in Mario's events. And it was basically the Tweetmon and Dugotch version of this deck. And I never got the Tweetmons and the Dugotches that I ordered. Is this gonna do anything? Probably not. Link from... Does this have an all turns? It does. So I'm gonna ask for my refund. Account, order history, verify it's me, yes. Sign in, yes. Mulligan, no. We could keep this. It's not good, but we could keep it. Two is better than one. Aegiomon? Do we just double Digivolve? Because we can't go into his thing? I think we just, I think we just go into reboot next turn. Alright. I officially asked for my refund. Hopefully Dantemon's not going to be super expensive. I know a lot of the Appmon stuff generally isn't. Because they're like more budget-friendly stuff. Barrier. That's pretty good for me. Guarantees my memory. That's also kind of funny for me. Yeah, reboot right now is about $1. Hadesmon is 19 cents. Hadesmon's down to almost $3. He needs to drop more. Oh, I could link the Bootmon here. And then I get a free Evo into Reboot. So I take the last security, and then I kill him? No. And then I just try to memory choke them. So what does this ability do? All turns, nothing, nothing. Cool. So I shouldn't be afraid of anything. So let's set up this cyber engage. And then my opponent shouldn't be able to do anything from here. Oh. Did you run out of security? Do you not have option removal? Oh, I'm so sorry. Is your Digimon suspended? Must be rough. It's only security attack -1. I have Monarch Lizamon. I also gain security attack for unsuspending. So that Odin's Breath literally did nothing. Well, we have a line, which is more than most decks. For fuck's sake, I hate this matchup. I need to go so fast to, like, lock my opponent out. Okay. One Ragnarok Cannon gone. Oh, what a nuts card. Suspend and Digivolve for free for searching. Right? Play a Venmon or Zenith? Yeah. So get your value and then some. And then what's the follow-up? Put me to 3. Okay. You could have your memory. Would have liked to deal a little bit more damage. So this is deleting a Digimon. This is blocker. So I kill this one. I mean, I obviously want to kill both. And then with all the Vemons, this should be a free Evo. Yeah, this emblem's kind of just fucked up. His APOC is in the trash, so that means he doesn't have an alt win con, which is good. That lets him use Ragnarok Cannon, which fucking sucks because it just auto kills me. I don't think that's a very winnable matchup. I really don't. And it's stuff like that. That's why Reboot is held back and suppressed. But that doesn't mean that he can't chunk everything else that's below him. Which is a lot. Yeah, fucking Galacti. Miserable deck. Miserable. You want to make sure nobody has fun? Play Galacti. You won't have fun playing it, and neither will the opponent be playing against it. Oh, I think this is an easy matchup. I know this matchup. I know exactly what my opponent's doing. They're trying to beat Dorbic. Oh, that's actually really good for me. Because now I can go into Reboot and deal more damage faster. Yep, they're trying to beat Dorbic. Back from locals, got second with Reboot. You only lost to TB because you bricked. Congrats, Gabriel. I am glad my hyper-casualness of reboots can inspire others, especially when the deck is as underrated as Reboot. But man, I'm so pumped for when Dantemon comes out. I'm gonna need to get like 16 copies of Dantemon. Jeez. Actually, I don't. I only need to get probably 7. So that way I could do the full Dante and then also have Dante in Reboot. Because I think I'm just going to let my other app decks kind of just die. Because I don't think any of them outside of Reboot's like anywhere remotely worth playing. Oh, look at him. He's only at 12k. He could attack and die. Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, I do have a way to suspend him. So we go from our linked cards. I mean, it's not like it matters here. My opponent loses because, you know, very obvious reasons. What? Oh, just the plus 2k? Sure. Alright, cool. What's wrong with Galacti? He's good because he's annoying. So, like, Galacti's one of those, like, decks where it just, like, feels miserable to play against because there's just a lot that, Galacti can do to just make the game feel awful to play. Like, and I'm not saying that as, like, a bad thing. I mean, it kind of is a bad thing, but most people just generally hate control-y style decks anyway. But yeah, Galacti tends to just, like, control the field and then just sit there and hope the opponent doesn't have any answers for it. And then all of a sudden he just decides to try to win once the opponent runs out of resources. It's just a big resource grind deck, and it, like, those generally never feel good to play against. So it's just like, oh, you don't have any Digimon for me to delete with Galactic Cannon? Cool. I guess you're just gonna lose all of your security instead. What's that? I delete a Digimon every single turn? For free? Oh, and I have immunities that I could re-up constantly? What's that? I have a whole bunch of Galacties in my sources? Sure, I'll just, you know, Apocalypse at random, and then you can't delete my Digimon, and now I'm gonna mill you out because I couldn't actually, you know, win the game any other way? Like, it's just one of those decks where it's just like, it has a lot going for it, which makes it a strong deck, but it's just a very grind-heavy deck that just feels awful to play against. Which is the goal of most control decks, is just to not have fun. If they have Planet Punch, we're in for some trouble. If they don't have Planet Punch, we could be okay. We'll just take the safe route. And I'm using the word safe very loosely because this is like one of the worst cards to swing with. Gamma also can hit bigger numbers than Reboot. It's like playing bees. Like, playing against bees is just not a good time. Bees isn't a very good deck because it has a hard time winning. Same thing with Galacti, because it wants to have, like, this stranglehold of resources where it's just like, yeah, you're gonna have to fight through, like, 16 security at the end of the game. And it's just like, what the heck? Oh, that's pretty good for me. That's also pretty good for me. Do I use the Raumon? Or do I... Well, I mean, I have a Raumon in my sources. So I could just... No, I think I have to, like, pre-use it. Which feels really bad. No, I think I'm just going to do it this way. It does have an on delete to play a hero. And he doesn't have any other protections? Oh, he does have this protection. When this Digimon would leave the battle area by your opponent's effects. So I just attack into it with Vortex. And that's not by an effect. Link from Digivolution sources. We need to link here. So, unfortunately, he gets a hero. And I get my Digimon. Alright, so they have 4 cards in their hand, no Tamers, no Digimon, nothing out of Raising. Are we safe? Because based on the board state, we just win next turn. Oh, and the Monarch to really drive it in. We could link from our hand. Oh. Uh-oh. I got too cocky. Oh, well, okay. There we go. Well, it's a good thing we had Plan B. Which was Monarch Lizamon Final Judgment. Yeah, every single situation where, like, Monarch Lizamon Final Judgment would win me the game is the same situations where Dantemon just wins you the game. Like, literally, it just... Dantemon requires significantly less setup. I need to get these Eugenes. I think we keep this because we actually just have the full line. So we just do our thing and ignore what the opponent is doing and we should be fine. That's how Reboot works. We just ignore the opponent. Do I set up the Eugene now, or do I Evo? I think I just Evo here. This next turn, I just go into reboot, and then just, again, ignore the opponent. VB. I hope they don't have Planet Punch. Planet Punch legitimately is the only thing that ruins me. Take the Proxima? Question mark? End of turn DNA? Question mark? Digivolve after discarding. Planet Punch early. Oh, unfortunate. Unfortunate. I can't make the attack. Or do I? Do I just take a damage? Is that smart, chat? Do I just, like, take the damage? And then just deal with a decode? I think I do. No redirects is very good for us. Yeah, sure. You can have your decode. I don't care. Oh, I just wish I had a way to suspend. Do they have 4 costs to DNA with? They might, but I think setting up the mem setter is probably smarter. Oh, I guess, like, they could have Salad. Like, if they had Sala, they could play Sala and then Digivolve. So that would effectively be a 4-cost move to use a 5-cost Digimon. If they were doing that. They don't have their egg, so I think we're pretty safe. We're also Digi-immune at max DP, which is pretty safe. Okay. Can't swing. I guess that plays out a Digimon, so what kind of defense could they set up? As of right now, nothing. Oh, they're just gonna hard play it? Put me to 5. Okay. Didn't do anything. Didn't do anything. What's your rebuttal? This has decode, has barrier. I just drew into Appmon, so we should be okay. Because we just suspend this, right? And then we just ignore it. Link from our hand. Suspend. Draw a card. Plus 3k Vortex. Sure. Piercing. 2 checks, please. Virus Buster. What comes out of Virus Buster? Debating whether to take Gamma or Reboot again next week. You got the promos for both of them. I guess it's just whatever you feel, right? Personally, I think Reboot is better than Gamma, but Gamma's not, like, bad, depending on how you built it. Because there's, like, 4 different ways to build Gamma. So with Gamma, you could build OTK Gamma. You could build Arcturus Gamma, which is, like, just abusing the new Arcturus. Then you have, like, a good combination where it's just, like, you're using Sirius and Arcturus. And then you have Virus Buster Gamma. So it really just depends on what you feel. All right, we have a line, so we're good. We're good. Medusa. So as long as Medusa doesn't play, what's its face? We're fine. Raging Serpentine. I don't think, like, Medusa can reach us. If they were, they would not chip security here if they were smart. I guess they're greedy. I mean, they could kill it if they digivolve into a Medusa. And then, what? I just kill their Digimon in response? Or I stop it from doing anything? So, I'm confused on what the plan here was. I know they have a Medusa, right? Yeah. I knew they had a Medusa. And then they return both of them, or they return, obviously, the craft Hey, King Jaden. Yeah, still at it. I finished all of the Appmon decks, and I think the only good one is Reboot, to be honest. I think the others are, like, just mediocre OTK decks that just use Dantemon as, like, the game finisher. But, like, the fact that they need Dantemon, like, and when I mean need, they, like, religiously need, and there's a lot of things that need to go right also. I think it's just too much for the majority of the other Appmon decks, and I think it's literally just, like, the best way to use Dantemon is just reboot Dante. So I just ignore this thing, right? Like, that's where we're at right now? We could link from our sources. Oh. Oh, they did have it. Well, fuck me sideways. Well, I mean, have fun with Digimon that can't really do anything. Yeah, maybe I should have, well, I just drew into these, so I didn't exactly have them. It's unfortunate. If they set up a good defense, they could live a turn. They can make me proactively burn a security. I don't think they hit as high as DP as they need to. I could still block progress, right? The old Medusa? Now his abilities trigger. So they get to buy back their turn. Ooh, a blocker. I'm shaking in my boots. So now they have to magically have Rush. So they could Digivolve here, gain the memory back. If it's the... Yeah, so if they have the proper 5, they could Digivolve here, gain the memory back, and then Digivolve for 3 into a second Medusa, and then end of turn, make the attack. It's not winning them the game, but that's what they could do to be able to make an extra attack. So that would delete my token and deal 1 damage. Nope, they're just gonna play blockers. Play and pray. Dorbrickmon. I don't know what that was gonna do. They play Dorbrickmon to delete my token, make an attack, basically do the same type of play as like just Digivolving into a Medusa. I don't think that was good. Alright, I think I'm gonna be winding down soon. I gotta eat dinner. I streamed a little bit later than I wanted to. But viewership was pretty awful for the majority of the day. So, I would have liked it not to be that way. I guess we could keep this. This is fine. Let's see. I guess we just start here. And then we start here. We are definitely going to be grabbing the Bootmon. And I guess we just grab the Gotcha? Or do we just grab the Tweet? Both are fine. We just grab the Gotcha. Dark and Evil Dragons? Is that deck even good against me? I what? Go into reboot and then they can they hit high enough DP to reasonably stop me? Or do anything of interest? I mean, I guess they could swarm hard enough. Okay, we're fine. We just need to live next turn, and we're fine. We literally drew everything we needed to. Sure, they could kill my Digimon. I don't care. I knew it was gonna die anyway. Heavy sarcasm. Okay, so they can reach high numbers. Hey, look at that. We got our tamer. What a good card draw. I think we do just discard a reboot. 14K? Oh. That sounds pretty serious. Alright, let's app fuse. We will go from our Digivolution sources. Oh shit, I did it again. Oh, that was their ace? I didn't know that was their ace. Alright, we'll just play one of these out. We'll definitely grab one of you. We'll use you to link from our Digivolution sources because we need to keep our linkies. Discard, draw 2, and hard play. Nothing in raising. I think we just hard play you, right? All right, cool. 19. That should be strong enough. And my opponent can't suspend this. So when one of your attacks, if you have 4 or fewer cards in your hand, you can digivolve or reduce it by 1. If you have 4 or fewer cards by suspending this, you get a return. Okay, so I lock them out of adding a card back to their hand. So based on this setup, I should... Well, I might not win the game this next turn. I mean, I could just suspend it. I won't be able to bottom deck it, but I could stun it. And then we swing. We link from our Digivolution sources. Hey, bada bada bada, swing! Make you 20k, unsuspend. Stop you, and you. 1, and 2. All I was missing was the Monarch Final Judgment. Sad pandas. Maybe I could still get it. Oh, yeah, I can still get it. Draw here. Nope, didn't get it. I can still get it. Draw here. That's a lot to ask for, though. No! That was so mean. I should have Charismond. It's fine. It just means they actually can attack. How droll. Attacking, like, Becky. Can you believe this person? They're playing Talk Dragons, and they think they can attack. Sorry, I was told not to do that. I do that, like, too well. So I was told. So, what's my opponent trying to do? I mean, my opponent's trying to do things, I guess. I don't know what things they're trying to do. I don't think any of it matters. Oh, it kind of does. So, this... Oh, this is only for the turn, so this goes back down, but it does retain the blocker retail, which is important. So that's kind of annoying. I guess I just, like, have to use Itsuki and Kazuki to suspend it. And then it doesn't matter. How am I feeling? Probably hungry. I haven't had dinner yet, and I'm still just trying to debate what I should have. I might just have my salad. Like, cut up some, whatchamacallits, hot dogs and throw it in a salad and call it a day. Probably what I'll do. And then what, I just attack and I win? Well, okay then. You should try to get something to eat. You can't play a good match without food? I've had plenty of good games without food. I'm not trying to starve myself. It's 7:30. I've been streaming for 7.5 hours. Okay, this will be my last one, okay? Look, I don't have a problem. It's not an addiction. I can stop whenever I want, okay? Oh, this is gonna be rough if I don't find, my thing fast. If I don't go up into reboot quick enough, this will be difficult. Well, I have literally everything except for the reboot. So if my gotcha can avoid death, we might be able to do it. Nope, he's gonna kill himself. Alright, it just gives us an extra turn to find our reboot. I think we just take the boot. Oh, I should have took the shut. Because then the shut could go into the boot from the trash. Alright, we're playing with fire here. Of course, now I see the Gachimon. Play the Tamer. Draw 3 cards. Nope. Digivolve here. Digivolution Source. We need to draw more cards. What are we discarding? I think maybe we discard the Tamer at this point. Either the Tamer or the Row. I think we keep the Row. I think it is just the Tamer. I could draw another one, right? There's the reboot. Alright. Now we go from our hand. We will not link just yet. We will link from our hand. Oh, this is so bad. Shit. That was legitimately awful. That was so bad. How many cards are in their trash right now of different names? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so they have 5. Unlun's Decree. This is so bad. Oh my god. Oh, fuck. I think I just have to link and put them to 2. Alright, here's hoping 17k is good enough. Oh, they have this, so it's not. I needed to be 18. First check Susano sucks so much. Oh, man. Well, I mean, at least I put a lot of pressure on TB. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this will be 7 and 8. Okay, that's pretty good for us. If only I had Dantemon, right, chat? Right? Just do a whole bunch of cheap links and then digivolve into Dantemon? Would be so good. That's kind of annoying. Will I block? Is this a smart block, chat? Probably not. Just take your checks. They get to add Susano to their hand. So what? All I have to do is just get rid of Kaguya, and then the rest of their gameplay falls apart, and I win the game? Question mark? It's quite a pickle. I could search and spend the 1 memory to link. And then that suspends a Digimon. I think that's smart. Yeah. Link. -1. From hand. Play out a tamer. Discard the tamer. Draw some cards. Oh. Another Monarch Final Judgment. I guess I'll just suspend everything, right? I think they saw it coming, chat. I think they might have saw it coming. So essentially what I was going to do was I was linking into the Bootmon to bottom deck the Kaguya, which won't trigger her on delete effect, which will take away all of the blockers. I'll be able to do 2 checks, unsuspend, and then I have Monarch Lizamon Final Judgment to be able to fight through the continent. Even if they do magically spawn another blocker, I also technically have the Tamer that I could use to get a log, and that could suspend the Tamer also, so there was just probably no way they were actually going to win. Alright. So, I think I'm going to call it here. Almost 300 total views. Would have been nice if I had the 300, but oh well. Maybe that'll come later. We'll see. But I guess I could just kick it to the end screen because I'm hungry and I want to eat, and it's almost 8. All right, so thank you everyone for coming out and watching. It really does mean a lot to me. I had some fun kind of like theory crafting and exploring some of the app decks, only to realize the majority of them are probably really bad and borderline unplayable, but decks are decks, and it's still fun to experiment nonetheless. Even though I didn't get as much viewership on that as I wanted, I didn't know if deck building is like an entertaining thing unless I like play games right away. I have no idea, but that's neither here nor there. I wanted to build the app decks, so that's what we did. And as far as what is next on the docket, I am going to be streaming over on twitch.tv throughout the week. So that's going to be on Monday for Monster Monday, which right now we're playing through Pal World. And then we have Elden Ring on Thursdays as my premiere game of the week. So whenever we're done with Elden Ring, we're going to move on to something else. Don't know what that is yet, but we still have a lot of Elden Ring left to cover. So we're going to be covering it. Then, obviously, on the weekend, I'm going to be back here on Saturdays at my usual time, streaming whatever we feel like doing. I feel like EX12 has already gotten incredibly stale, so I gotta really kind of sift through the weeds and find some spicy stuff to try. Otherwise, it's just gonna get really boring and monotonous, which is not necessarily the greatest thing, but it happens. I'm working on a couple of emotes still. I'm going to try to put them on YouTube. So you could see that right now I have 4 emotes up already, which is really fun. So I'm doing some art stuff, and then I'll try to work on some videos. actually having a real job now means that I have way less time for content creation. So I have to pick and choose my battles between streaming and making YouTube videos. Right now, my YouTube content has not been doing well. I think Digimon content as a whole is kind of just on the down. It definitely feels like it is. So I have no idea what I'm doing with making videos anymore. There's a couple of things that I want to do, but I don't know. But I will have my podcast still going, so that still goes up on Thursdays. So good stuff all around. So thank you everyone for coming out and watching. It really does mean a lot to me because without you, I'm just a random goober on the internet doing goobery things. And with that, I will hopefully see you all